Welcome in here to another Elmira Pioneers live stream. I do apologize for my late start here, as it is the final home game of the regular season, so all of us interns, as you are watching right now, are throwing out ceremonial first pitches. So I just threw mine a couple minutes ago and then sprinted up here in order to start this ball game. Pioneers are currently sitting in the standings as we take a quick look there. In second place, right behind Batavia. They are technically half a game behind because the Pioneers do have a tie on their record and Batavia does not. But you can see also, I added in there the asterisks, which means that both Elmira and Batavia have clinched playoff spots already. And then everybody below them, Niagara, Auburn, and Jamestown, are all fighting for the last two spots in the playoffs of the PGCBL West Division. And so it's going to be a very tight race. The Pioneers, however, they do control their own destiny here. Pioneers can get the #1 seed in the West Division playoffs if they win today and win tomorrow against Auburn on the road. And of course, as we take a little look at the upcoming schedule, the last regular season game, I should say, is tomorrow at Auburn, the 29th. And so if the Pioneers are able to win tonight and win tomorrow night, they control their own fate. They can get the #1 spot in the West Division standings, which then means they would have home field advantage for the remainder of the Western Division playoffs. And of course, you can already see there on the schedule the 30th versus to-be-determined opponent. It'll be the first round playoff game here at Dunn Field, and admission is free thanks to Blaze Brockway, as they sponsored the game, and so everyone is going to be able to get in free for that home playoff game on Sunday, the 30th of July. That game is at 4 p.m., and so everybody can attend there. And so like I said, as now you are currently watching Zach Nelson warm up, he will be the starting pitcher for the Pioneers here. I'm going to quickly run through the Newark lineup, as they will be up first at the bats. Leading off, it'll be #2, Paulie Goodness, the left fielder. Batting second, it'll be #7, Jack Arcamone, the designated hitter. Batting third, it'll be #25, Frankie DiMartino, the center fielder. Batting fourth, it'll be #10, Justin DiMartino, the extra hitter. Batting fifth, it'll be #24, Chris Ferrara, the third baseman. Batting sixth, it'll be #34, Mitchell Kelly, the first baseman. Batting seventh, it'll be #3, Briggs Loveland, the second baseman. Batting eighth, it'll be #20, Michael Flaherty, the shortstop. Batting ninth, it'll be #40, Tyler Walters, the right fielder. And batting 10th, it'll be #29, Nick Payne, the catcher. And on the mound tonight for the Pilots, it'll be #30, Anthony Laurentis, who will be starting for the Pilots. I don't think I have time to read through the entirety of the Elmira Pioneers lineup, but I will tell you that Zach Nelson is on the mound tonight, number 99 for the Pioneers. He'll be getting the start in this final regular season home game for the Pioneers. I'll read through the rest of the lineup during the inning intermission. I'll talk a little bit more during the inning intermission. I do apologize once again for our delay, but all of us interns here at the Pioneers were able to throw ceremonial first pitches, like I said, so that was awesome. And so I just ran from throwing my first pitch all the way up here to start my stream. So now, as Nelson's about ready to go here, leading off for the Pilots, it'll be #2, Paulie Goodness, the left fielder. Goodness, so far this season, has a .207 batting average in 17 starts, 12 runs, 12 hits, 1 triple, 10 RBIs, 5 walks, 8 strikeouts, I should say. Nelson are ready to get this final regular season home game of the Pioneers started. Nelson now will set, deal, swung on and driven into left. That is foul. And that one is over the wall and out of play. So the count will go 0-1 to Goodness, and this final regular season home game of the Pioneers has officially gotten underway. Nelson 0-1, as Goodness will step back in. Nelson now will set, deal. That one is in there. Called strike 2 on a curveball. Beautiful pitch by Nelson. And the count quickly goes 0-2 now. 0-2 to Goodness. No outs here in the top of the first. Nelson looking for the strikeout. Will now set, deliver, swung on a weakly, chopped over to second. Bear will field it, not in time. That was a really tough play to make. The ball was going away from him. It was going from left to right in second, and it just got by Bear. So that will be a base hit single for Goodness here to lead off the ball game for the Pilots. And so now that'll bring on #7, Jack Arcamone, the designated hitter tonight for the Pilots. He has a .322 batting average in 26 starts, 15 runs, 29 hits, 16 RBIs, 12 walks, and 17 strikeouts as Nelson will set deal. That one is chopped over first base side, but that is foul and out of play. So the count will now go 0-1 to Arcamone. No outs here in the top of the first. And it is Goodness off of first for the Pilots. Nelson now 0-1. Well, now check over to first and Keller. And Goodness able to get back in time, so he will still be safe over there at first. So still 0-1 the count to Arcamone. No outs here in the top of the first. Nelson will set, fire, swung on and chopped. That is first base side and foul and out of play. So the count will now go 0-2 to Arcamone. No outs here in the top of the first still. Nelson still looking for that first strikeout. He can pick it up here on this 0-2 count to Arcamone. Nelson will lean in and look over to Goodness off of first. Nelson now, 0-2, will set, deal. That one is inside, ball one, and a throw attempt not quite in time. As Goodness stole second base, the throw from Schroeder was good. It was just a little bit behind. And so 1-2 the count as that was ball one to Arcamone. No outs here in the top of the first, and now Paulie Goodness over there at second after he stole second base. Nelson 1-2 will now look over to Goodness. Nelson now will set, deliver, swung on it, driven over to first, and Keller grabs that, and that is going to be ruled foul. Excuse me, that was just on the line, going down the first base line, and Keller grabbed it, but I think he did grab it in foul territory, so now everyone's going to have to reset. Goodness goes back to second, and Arcamone comes back into the batter's box here. Still 1-2 the count. Nelson will once again lean in. Nelson 1-2. Will now look over to Goodness. And now he will set, deal, swung on and skied into center. It will be Levesque coming under, and he will make the play. And as a flyout, he drops the ball, and so that will allow Goodness to go to third. And so now that was a flyout to put one out on the board here in the top of the first, but the late throw in from Levesque does allow Goodness to get to third base for the Pilots. So one out here in the top of the first, or excuse me, actually, no outs here as they're going to grant the walk to Arcamone. I don't know why. I think it might be another case of catcher's interference. Might be what the umpire is calling. I'm not sure. But that will actually take the out off the board now for the Pioneers. Or no, they are going to give it to him. So Arcamone is out at first. I have no idea what that whole discussion was about, but after Arcamone trotted to first, he now is out after the umpires discussed things. So one out here in the top of the first for real. And now that'll bring up number 25, Frankie DiMartino, the center fielder. DiMartino, him and his brother Justin DiMartino are both playing tonight. Nelson now will set, deal. That one is in there. Called strike one, a beautiful breaking ball outside. So the count will go 0-1 to DiMartino. One out here in the top of the first. It is still Goodness off of third base for the Pilots. Nelson 0-1 will now set, deal. That is upstairs for ball one. So the count will now even up at aces wild. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the top of the first. Nelson will lean into DiMartino here, 1-1. Nelson now will set, fire, swing and a miss by DiMartino on a breaking ball low and outside. And that got DiMartino to go fishing, and he came up empty. So 1-2 the count to DiMartino. One out here in the top of the first. Nelson can still pick up his first strikeout here on this 1-2 count. Nelson now will set, fire. That one is in there. Called. How is that not called? Strike three. Are you kidding me? They're going to say it was up. Umpire signaling that that ball was up. It did not look like it was up from up here. That looked like a dead center. Called strike three. Umpire disagrees. So the count will even up 2-2. Crowd did not like the call. Neither did I. Nelson 2-2. Will now set, deal, swung on up, skied into shallow right, and Smith will be coming under. He's going to have to throw home quickly. Smith will throw home, and it was a good throw, but against by Schroeder. Nelson able to grab it. Nelson off screen grabbed it, and so that is a great sequence as Schroeder missed it, but Nelson able to back him up. Nelson, a great play there to keep Goodness at third. Had Nelson not been there, that would have been a run for the Pilots. But instead, it is 2 outs here in the top of the first. And a good throw by Smith all the way out there in third, able to get it over to home in a flash. And so now that'll bring up number 10, Justin DiMartino, Frankie DiMartino's brother. The extra hitter tonight, Justin is. 2 outs here in the top of the first as Nelson will set deal. That one is in there. Just caught the outside edge for called strike one on a curveball. So 0-1 the count to Justin DiMartino. 2 outs here in the top of the first. Nelson will look in. And now he will set deal. That is just down low and outside for ball one. So 1-1 the count to Justin DiMartino as it'll even up. 2 outs here in the top of the first. It is still Paulie Goodness over there at third. Nelson trying to make sure he stays there. Nelson 1-1 will now set, deliver. That is down low for ball two. Schroeder able to keep that one in front of him. So 2-1 the count to DiMartino as he will take the lead. 2 outs here in the top of the first. Goodness still over there at third for the Pilots. Nelson will lean in, 2-1. Nelson now will set, fire. That one is just upstairs for ball three. So 3-1 the count now to Justin DiMartino with 2 outs here in the top of the first. Nelson looking to avoid the walk here on this 3-1 count. It would put runners on the corners for the Pilots. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but still Nelson would love to get it out. Swung on a driven, that is first base side and foul. And Nelson got what he needed, which is a strike two. And so now the count goes full, 3-2 to Justin DiMartino. 2 outs here in the top of the first. A strikeout gets Nelson out of the top of the first inning. A walk keeps it going for the Pilots. Nelson will lean in, 3-2. Let's go Pios. Chance already started. Nelson now will set deal. Swung on a driven into left. And it'll be Abed coming under it. He will make the play, and that will end the inning. A fly out by Justin DiMartino strands Paulie Goodness at third, and that will end the top of the first inning. We go to the bottom of the first in a still 0-0 ball game. And actually, I'm gonna bring you guys back. I just needed to change my outs and my inning real quick, but I do want to talk a little bit more about Zach Nelson. I didn't get to have the chance because of the ceremonial first pitches to read out the full stats on him and to give you guys the full Pioneers lineup, so I'm gonna do that right now. Starting with Nelson's stats, he has 9 appearances so far this season. He's making his third start. He has a 2.55 ERA in 24.2 innings pitched. He's only given up 20 hits, 11 runs. 7 of those earned, 16 walks, and has 15 strikeouts so far this season, not to mention a 2-1 win and loss record. Last time we saw Nelson pitch was on the 23rd of July at Newark, where he threw for 4 innings, only gave up 1 earned run on 3 hits, and had 3 strikeouts in that ball game. And so now I'm going to run through the Pioneers lineup as they will be up here now in the bottom of the first as you are currently watching Anthony Laurentis warm up. So leading off for the Pioneers, it'll be number 2, Dom Presto, the shortstop. Batting second, number 77, Joe Muzio, the extra hitter. Batting third, number 10, John Schroeder, the catcher. Batting fourth, it'll be number 8, Cooper Smith, the right fielder. Batting fifth, it'll be number 44, Chris Baer, the second baseman. Batting sixth, it'll be number 30, Cam Levesque, the center fielder. Batting seventh, it'll be number 14, Jake Keller, the first baseman. Batting eighth, it will be number 40, Nick Montagna, the third baseman. Batting ninth, it'll be number 42, Spencer Aubin, the left fielder. And batting 10th, it'll be the hometown boy, number 24, Eric Charnetsky, the designated hitter tonight. And as you already know, it'll be number 99, Zach Nelson, on the mound tonight for the Pioneers. And so leading off this inning for the Pioneers, it'll be number 2, Dom Presto, the shortstop. He's making his 22nd start. He has a .214 batting average, 10 runs, 12 hits. 7 RBIs, 4 walks, 12 strikeouts, and 6 stolen bases so far this season for Presto as he'll step in here to face Laurentis. Laurentis now will set, deal, swung on a driven immediately. That's a base hit in the left on the first pitch. A great start to the ball game for the Pioneers as Presto singles immediately to put a runner on first for the Pioneers with no outs here in the bottom of the first. And now that'll bring up number 77, Joe Muzio, the extra hitter. Muzio, making his 31st start, has a .237 batting average, 14 runs, 23 hits, 14 RBIs, 15 walks, 28 strikeouts, and 10 stolen bases so far this season for Muzio. Laurentis now with a runner on first for the Pioneers. Will now check over to Presto. Presto able to get back in time, so he will still be a safe at first. No outs here in the bottom of the first. Laurentis will look into Muzio. Laurentis now will set, deal. That one is just upstairs and inside for ball one. So 1-0 the count to Muzio. No outs here in the bottom of the first. Presto off of first for the Pioneers. And like I said earlier, just to reiterate for everyone who's just coming in the live stream, Pioneers control their own destiny. They win tonight. They win tomorrow. They can secure the #1 seed as that is a wild pitch to the right and outside of Muzio. And Presto will be able to go over to second base. So Presto gets an extra base there off of that wild throw. And Muzio will take a 2-0 count, or 2-0 lead, I should say, in the count. No outs here in the bottom of the first. And the clap's already going for Joe. Muzio trying to get a base hit here to try and drive around Presto, who's in scoring position off of second. Laurentis looks over to Presto, 2-0. Will now set, deal. That is swung on and popped, blooped into left. That might get down. It will get down. That is a base hit. A blooper down the third base line, and Presto is safe. That is an RBI single for Muzio. And one of the weirdest bloopers I've ever seen, but it scores a run, and the Pioneers immediately take a lead here in the bottom of the first inning, thanks to an RBI single by Joe Muzio. And so now that'll bring up number 10, John Schroeder, the catcher. Schroeder making his 40th start, which leads the team, has a .317 batting average, 23 runs, 38 hits, 24 RBIs, 26 walks, 25 strikeouts, and 11 stolen bases so far this season for Schroeder. Laurentis will set, deliver. That is down low and inside for ball one. So 1-0 the count to Schroeder. No outs here in the bottom of the first. It is still Muzio off of first for the Pioneers. And the drum's already going here at done. Laurentis 1-0 will now set, deal. That is outside for ball two. It was a good attempt, a frame job there by the catcher for the Pilots, which is number 29, Nick Payne. But still, that is a ball outside. So 2-0 the count. Laurentis now will set, deliver, swing, and a miss by Schroeder. That was a big hack. And so the count will go 2-1 now to Schroeder. No outs here in the bottom of the first. Schroeder certainly has power. He has a home run this season, not to mention a team record 7 triples. 2-1 the count. Laurentis will set, deliver, swung on a driven first base side, and that gets by the first baseman. Kelly unable to catch it, and now Muzio's going to third, and he will be safe at third, and now he's going to get up, and he's stumbling. He's going to be able to come home, and Muzio will score as that throw got way behind the third baseman, and the Pioneers, off of a calamity of errors by the Pilots, lead it 2-0. And so Schroeder, I don't know whether I'm going to give him the RBI single on that, as he got over to second thanks to the error. So an RBI single by John Schroeder, but off of the error, he goes to second. And Muzio is able to score off the error, and he was stumbling down the third base line. But just because of how poorly that throw to third was thrown, then it was easily enough time for Muzio to make it home. And now that'll bring up number 8, Cooper Smith, the right fielder, with John Schroeder at second base. Pioneers taking an early lead in this one, trying to extend it. Laurentis will set, deliver, swing, and a miss by Smith, and the count will go 0-1. Cooper Smith, making his 30th start, has a .307 batting average, 13 runs, 27 hits, 15 RBIs, 12 walks, 11 strikeouts, and 16 stolen bases so far this season. Laurentis 0-1 will set, deal. That is lined into right. Going back is Walters. He will make the play in foul territory, but Schroeder will be able to tag up and go to third. So that is a fly out by Cooper Smith to finally put one out on the board here for the Pilots in the bottom of the first, but John Schroeder was able to tag up and go to third base. So there's a runner at third for the Pioneers here with only one out in the bottom of the first. And now that'll bring up number 44, Chris Bear, the second baseman. Bear making his 18th start as a .314 batting average, 5 runs, 16 hits, 10 RBIs, 4 walks, 14 strikeouts, and 2 stolen bases. Laurentis will set deal. That one is in there on a curveball, called strike one. So 0-1 the count to Bear. One out here in the bottom of the first, and Schroeder off of third for the Pioneers. Laurentis 0-1. Will now set, deliver. That one is down low in the dirt for ball one. So now the count will even up at Aces Wild here. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the bottom of the first. And runner on third in John Schroeder for the Pioneers, who are trying to extend their already 2-0 lead. Laurentis 1-1. He will now set, deal, swung on a driven. That's a base hit to the right. And that is going to be an RBI single for Chris Bear as John Schroeder will come home and score. And now it is a 3-0 lead for the Pioneers. And this is a great start to the ballgame for the Pioneers, as like I said before, they control their own destiny. If they win tonight, they win tomorrow night. They are the #1 seed in the Western Division playoffs. And now that'll bring up number 30, Cam Levesque, the center fielder. Levesque making his 20th start as a .239 batting average, 12 runs, 11 hits, 7 RBIs, 9 walks, 13 strikeouts, and 3 stolen bases. As that one is ball one outside and away for Levesque, so the count will go 1-0. 1-0 to Levesque, 1 out here still in the bottom of the first. It is Bear off of first as that one is in there. Called strike one, just caught the upstairs outside corner. So the count will even up at Aces Wild once again here. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the bottom of the first. Laurentis 1-1. Will now set, deliver. That is upstairs and outside for ball 2. So 2-1 the count now to Levesque. 1 out here in the bottom of the first. It is still Bear over there at first for the Pioneers, who lead this one 3-0 early. Laurentis will set, deliver. That is in there, just caught the inside edge for a called strike 2. So now the count will even up 2-2 to Levesque. 1 out here in the bottom of the first. Laurentis 2-2. Will now set, deal, and Bear swing and a miss, a strikeout, and Bear will be safe at second. So that is a strikeout for Levesque to put 2 outs on the board here in the bottom of the first. But Chris Bear is able to get into scoring position as he steals second base. And so now that'll bring up number 14, Jake Keller, the first baseman. Keller making his 32nd start, has a .234 batting average, 12 runs, 22 hits, 1 RBI, 11 walks, 25 strikeouts, and 3 stolen bases so far this season. Laurentis with 2 outs here in the bottom of the first, and a runner in scoring position for the Pioneers in Chris Bear at second. Laurentis looks over to Bear, and now will set, deliver, swung on a driven over to right. That is a line out straight to Kelly, the first baseman. So a line out by a line out by Keller will end the bottom of the first inning. However, the Pioneers, they're off to a rip-roaring start, a 3-0 lead as we go to the top of the second right after this. Welcome back here to the Pioneers live stream. It's the top of the second inning here. Pioneers lead it 3-0 over the Pilots, and Zach Nelson back out there on the mound as now he will set, deliver. That is going to be inside, down low for ball one. As Chris Ferreira is what I'm going with. Chris Ferreira is, I think, how it's supposed to be said. Nelson upstairs and inside for ball two, so 2-0 the count to Ferrara. No outs here in the top of the second. And it is number 24, Chris Ferrara, the third baseman up at the plate, if you couldn't tell already. And so now the count will go 2-1 as that is called strike one on a beautiful curveball from Nelson. So 2-1 the count. Nelson now will set, fire. That one is down low for ball three. So 3-1 the count to Ferrara. No outs here, in the top of the second. Nelson now 3-1. He will now set, deal, swung on a pop back over our heads. And so now that'll make the count full here. 3-2 now to Ferrara. Big pitch coming up here. Payoff pitch for Nelson. As looking for his first strikeout of the ball game to put one out on the board here in the top of the second. Nelson now 3-2 will set, deal. That one is upstairs for ball four. So that'll be a walk for Ferrara to lead off the top of the second inning for the Pilots. And so now that'll bring out number 34, Mitchell Kelly, the first baseman. Kelly making has a 273 batting average in 23 starts. 6 runs, 21 hits, 18 RBIs, and 21 strikeouts so far this season. Nelson now will lean in and look over to Ferrara off of first. Nelson now will set, deal. That is check swing. They're going to say that is upstairs for ball one. They're going to say Kelly did not go. So ball one. 1-0 the count to Kelly. No outs here in the top of the second. And a runner on first in Ferrara for the Pilots. Nelson 1-0 will now set, deal, swung on and driven over to Montagna. Montagna will go to Bear at second. Throw to first is over Keller's head. And that'll be in the dugout. And so that'll be a fielder's choice reach for Kelly as the runner at second, Ferrara, was out. And Kelly will reach first. And so that will put one out here in the top of the second. Or no, Kelly's, yeah, that's what I thought. He's going to go to second because the baseball went into the Pioneers dugout, so he's going to get that extra base. One out here in the top of the second, and now that'll bring up number 3, Briggs Loveland. Loveland normally wearing number 12, but he's wearing number 3 tonight. The second baseman, as Nelson will look over to Kelly, and now will set, deal. That one is down low in the dirt, and Schroeder able to keep that one in front of him. Good reaction there by Schroeder. So 1-0 the count to Loveland. One out here in the top of the second. Loveland, a 197 batting average and 27 starts, 13 runs, 13 hits, 4 RBIs, 19 walks, and 20 strikeouts so far this season for the Pilots. Nelson 1-0 will look in. Nelson will look over to Kelly. And now he will set, deal, swung on a driven first base side. That is foul and out of play. So the count will now even up at 1-1 to Loveland. That one just about 5 feet right of the first base line. Now everybody's going to reset. And so it's actually Aces Wild here as it's 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the top of the second. Nelson will lean into Loveland, who's doing a little shimmy down there in the batter's box. Nelson will look over to Kelly. 1-1 will now set, deal. That one is in there. Called strike 2, just caught the outside edge of the plate. A beautiful pitch by Nelson. So 1-2 the count to Loveland. 1 out here in the top of the second. Nelson will look in. Looking for his first strikeout of the ball game here. Nelson will set, deal. That one is down low for ball 2. So 2-2 the count now to Loveland as it'll even up. 1 out here in the top of the second. It is still Kelly over there at first for the Pilots. Or excuse me, at second. Nelson will look in again. And now we'll look over to Kelly off of second. Nelson now will set, deliver. That is down low for ball 3. So the count will now go full 3-2 to Loveland here. 1 out in the top of the second. Full count once again here for Nelson, looking to still pick up his first strikeout here on this 3-2 count. Nelson now will set, deliver. That one is upstairs for ball 4, and that'll be a walk. And Presto had to reach around Kelly to try and get that throw from Schroeder as he tried to pick off Kelly at second. He did not. Kelly is still safe. Presto a good grab as he had to reach around Kelly, like I said. Still one out here in the top of the second, but now runners on first and second for the Pilots as that was a walk to Briggs Loveland. And now that'll bring up number 20, Michael Flaherty, the shortstop. Flaherty leads the Pilots in batting average at .333 in 31 starts. 18 runs, 34 hits, 10 RBIs, 10 walks, and 21 strikeouts as he immediately swings one over to Presto. Presto will go to third at Montagna, and on a fielder's choice, that will be 2 outs here in the top of the second. As the runner at third, which was Kelly, will be out at third. 2 outs here now in the top of the second. Still runners on first and second for the Pilots, as Flaherty will be at first, and it'll be Loveland at second. And now that'll bring up number 40, Tyler Walters, the right fielder tonight for the Pilots. Walters, a .229 batting average in 12 starts, 4 runs, 8 hits, 3 RBIs, 6 walks, and 11 strikeouts. Nelson will set deal. That one is in there. Called strike 1. 0-1 the count to Walters. That was a beautiful curveball that just caught the outside edge for Nelson. So 0-1 the count to Walters. 2 outs here in the top of the second. Any out ends the inning for Nelson. Nelson now, 0-1, will set, deliver, swung on it, crushed into left. Ottman's going back, and he will not be able to get it as that is off the warning track. And now, 1 run will score, and now the throw-in to home is not going to be in time, and over Schroeder's head. Nelson's going to get to it. Walters, that's an RBI double, but he will be at third. So all of a sudden, it is a 3-2 ball game here, as 2 runs will come around and score for the Pilots. And off of an error, Walters is at third. Still 2 outs here in the top of the second. And so now that'll bring up number 29, Nick Payne, the catcher. Payne, a .190 batting average in 22 starts. Still 2 outs here in the top of the second, so any out still gets Nelson out of this inning with the Pioneers lead. However, Walters is the tying run at third. Nelson will set deal. That one is in there. Called strike 1 on a fastball. So 0-1 the count to Payne. 2 outs here in the top of the second. Nelson 0-1. Looks over to Walters. And now he will set, deliver. That one is just upstairs for ball 1. So the count now will even up to Payne at 1-1. Still 2 outs here in the top of the second. Nelson 1-1, still only just needs 1 out in order to end the inning. He will now set, deliver. That is upstairs for ball 2. So 2-1 the count to Payne, as he will take the lead in the count. 2 outs here in the top of the second still. Nelson looking for any out in order to end the inning and get him and the Pioneers out of this spot, top of the second, with still a lead. Nelson 1-1. Will now set, fire, swung on a pop back foul by Payne. Payne just got a piece of it off the top of his bat. So the count will now even up at deuces wild here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the second. Nelson, 2-2, still looking for his first strikeout. He can pick it up here in order to end the the top of the second inning. Nelson 2-2 will now set, deal. That one is in there, just down low. Schroeder thought it was called strike 3. I kind of agree with him, but the umpire does not. So the count will now go full 3-2 to Payne. 2 outs here in the top of the second. Nelson will lean in once again. Nelson 3-2. This is a big pitch. Nelson now will set, fire, swung on it, popped up. That is Sky. Nelson, call it for it. Schroeder will come under, and he will make the play. And so a pop out at Payne will end the top of the second inning. However, the Pilots do get 2 runs in the top of the second, so it is a 3-2 ball game now. Pioneers still lead it as we go to the bottom of the second right after this.
These already solved this problem ahead of time. They take half the amount of fungicide, and that was the backbone of what built Bully Hill, the French-American hybrids. My dad firmly believed that a product is an extension of a person's soul, and we still adhere to that today at Bully Hill Vineyards. His memory and his vision is still seen around the Finger Lakes. Here at Bully Hill, we're excited about the future and sharing this experience with you. Bully for you.
I was actually a passenger on the bus. Sitting on the bus, I looked up and I saw, "We are hiring." So I called up the number, I came in for an interview, and I started driving. My name is Randy Ramnarayan. I'm the Director of Transportation here at TransDev, and I've been here on property for 16 years.
Welcome back here to the Pioneers live stream. It's the bottom of the second inning. Pioneers still lead it 3-2 over the Pilots. Pioneers looking to get their multi-run lead back as after Zach Nelson gave up 2 runs in the top of the second. It'll still be Anthony Laurentis back out there for the Pilots. And leading off this inning for the Pioneers, it will be number 40, Nick Montagna, the third baseman. Montagna making his 16th start, has a .204 batting average, 6 runs, 10 hits, 2 RBIs, 1 walk, 14 strikeouts, and 3 stolen bases so far this season. Montagna now will step up to the plate here. Pioneers looking to keep their bats rolling. They were steamrolling in the bottom of the first, able to get 3 runs. Trying to keep it going here. Montagna will be the first Pioneer to have a crack at it. Laurentis now will step off. Montagna will be granted time. Laurentis now will set, deal. That one is upstairs for ball 1. So 1-0 the count to Montagna. No outs here in the bottom of the second. Laurentis 1-0. Will now set, deliver. That is going to be a hit by pitch that clangs off the batting helmet of Nick Montagna. And so he will go over to first, and that is a leadoff base runner for the Pioneers here with no outs in the bottom of the second. It's a good start. Montagna putting his body on the line for the team. And now that'll bring on number 42, Spencer Aubin, the left fielder. Aubin making his 20th start, has a .184 batting average, 8 runs, 9 hits, 8 RBIs, 9 walks, 22 strikeouts, and 3 stolen bases so far this season. Laurentis now with Montagna off first. Will now set, deal. That is upstairs and outside for ball 1. 1-0 the count to Aubin. No outs here in the bottom of the second. Laurentis 1-0. Will now set, deliver, swing and a miss by Aubin, and the count will quickly even up 1-1. Still no outs here in the bottom of the second. Montagna is still off of first for the Pioneers as he will take his lead. Claps once again going here for Aubin here at the dun. Laurentis 1-1. Now sets, delivers. That one is in there. Cold strike 2 on a fastball. So 1-2 the count now to Aubin. No outs here in the bottom of the second. Aubin trying to get on base and advance Montagna. Laurentis will now check over to Montagna at first. He is still safe. Montagna will reset his lead off of first. Laurentis once again looks over to him. Still 1-2 the count. And now we'll check over to Montagna again. Montagna just got back in time that time. That was a much quicker tag put down by Kelly, the first baseman. But Montagna is still safe. So still 1-2 the count to Aubin. No outs here in the bottom of the second. Kelly now 1-2. Will now set, deliver. That is upstairs for ball 2. Good take there by Aubin. And now the count will even up 2-2 to Aubin. No outs here in the bottom of the second. Montagna off of first for the Pioneers. Laurentis 2-2. Will now set, deliver, swung on a driven or over the second baseman's head. That is a base hit in right center. And so that'll be a single for Aubin that just got over Loveland's head. Great placement by Aubin. It was just out of the reach of Loveland. Loveland's not the tallest guy, but he was fully outstretched and jumped to try and make that play, and he just couldn't quite get to it. So that'll be a single for Auburn to put runners on first and second for the Pioneers with no outs here in the bottom of the second. And now that'll bring up number 24, Eric Charnetsky, the hometown boy, the designated hitter tonight. Charnetsky making his 15th start, has a .212 batting average, 8 runs, 7 hits, 1 RBI, 7 walks, 14 strikeouts, and 2 stolen bases as he will take called strike 1 on a curveball from Laurentis. So 0-1 the count to Charnetsky. No outs here in the bottom of the second. It will be the top of the order and Presto up after Charnetsky. No outs here in the bottom of the second. Laurentis will set deliver. That is down low for ball 1. So the count will even up to Charnetsky, 1-1. Charnetsky does have good power. He has only registered 1 double so far this season, but he just hasn't had a ton of opportunities to demonstrate that power. But definitely, I've seen his power before in batting practice and warm-ups. And so I think Charnetsky definitely has the ability to get doubles and triples and maybe even crank a home run. You never know. And time was granted to Charnetsky as he stepped out. The count is even at 1-1. Laurentis will look over to second, and now he will set deal. That is upstairs for ball 2 on another curveball that missed. So 2-1 the count to Charnetsky as he will take the lead. No outs here in the bottom of the second. Still runners at first and second for the Pioneers. Laurentis 2-1. Will now look over to Montagna. And now he will set, deliver, check swing, and they're going to say he did go. They're going to say he went on that. Check swing. Charnetsky kind of got folded by that because that was up and in his face. But the count will even up at 2-2 to Charnetsky. No outs here in the bottom of the second. If Charnetsky can just get a single or walk, that would load the bases for the Pioneers. Laurentis now will set, deliver, swing and a miss by Charnetsky. And he will go down swinging. That is the second strikeout of the ball game for Anthony Laurentis. And that will put 1 out here on the board in the bottom of the second. And so now that'll bring up number 2, Dom Presto, the shortstop, the leadoff man here, as we are back to the top of the order for the Pioneers. Presto singled in his first at-bat. So he's 1 for 1 so far tonight, looking to make it 2 for 2. Runner still on first and second for the Pioneers. Only 1 out here in the bottom of the second. Laurentis now will check over to pump fake, actually, over to Montagna. And so Laurentis will simply just step back on the mound. Presto will readjust and then get set in the batter's box. Laurentis looks over to Montagna again. And now will set deal. That is down low and outside for ball 1. A good stop there by Payne. Did a good job blocking that one as that was into the right batter's box. 1-0 the count to Presto. 1 out here in the bottom of the second. Montagna off of second for the Pioneers. Auburn off first. Laurentis looks over to Montagna. 1-0. And now he will set, deliver. That is upstairs for ball 2. Good take by Presto. And the count will go 2-0 in his favor. 1 out here in the bottom of the second. Laurentis will step back on the mound. Laurentis 2-0, looks over to Montagna. And now he will set, deal. That is inside, cold strike 1 on a fastball. So the count will now go 2-1 to Presto. 1 out here in the bottom of the second. Montagna and Auburn still on second and first for the Pioneers. A single here might be enough to score to score Montagna if it's in the right spot. Laurentis 2-1 will now set, deliver, swung on and chopped. That is left field side and foul and out of play. So the count will now even up 2-2 to Presto. 1 out here still in the bottom of the second. Presto battling with Laurentis here, trying to get either a single or a walk. Laurentis looks in, 2-2. And now he looks over to Montagna. Laurentis now will set, deal, swung on a driven. That is right field side. That is not going to get down fair. That is foul and out of play. So the count will stay 2-2 to Presto. 1 out here in the bottom of the second. Presto now will re-step into the batter's box here. Laurentis looks in. 2-2. Now looks over to Montagna. Laurentis now will set, deal, swung on a driven. That is a base hit into center. And Montagna is going to go home. He's coming around. The throw will not be in time. Montagna has scored. And it is a 4-2 ball game thanks to an RBI single by Dom Presto. Presto 2 for 2 tonight. He's feeling it. That is an RBI single for Presto. Still only one out here in the bottom of the second, so still plenty of time for the Pioneers to get some more runs, especially with the heart of their order coming up. And now up at the plate, it'll be number 77, Joe Muzio, the extra hitter, already 1 for 1 tonight with an RBI single. Laurentis will look in. Now looks over to Aubin off of second. Laurentis will set, deliver. That is outside and upstairs for ball 1. So 1-0 the count to Muzio. 1 out here in the bottom of the second. Muzio recently had a home run. I believe that was against Newark. That was against this Pilots team. Laurentis looks over to Aubin. Will now set, deal, swing and a miss by Muzio. And the count will even up at aces wild here. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the bottom of the second. Muzio now will step back in. Laurentis looks in, now looks over to Aubin off of second. And now he will set, deliver, that is outside, and that gets by Payne. And now both runners will advance. And now there's runners on second and third for the Pioneers with only 1 out here in the bottom of the second. And Muzio will also take the lead in the count. It's now 2-1 in favor of Muzio. Still only 1 out here in the bottom of the second. Laurentis now looks into Muzio. And now he will set, deliver, swung on and popped. That is left field side foul. The third baseman is going for it, and he will just be able to make the play. And so that is a pop out by Muzio to put 2 outs on the board here in the bottom of the second. The third baseman had to reach back to try and get that out, and he just caught it on the tip of his glove. And so now that'll bring up number 10, John Schroeder, the catcher. I originally said it in his first at-bat that he had an RBI single. It was actually a reach by error. So Schroeder with a reach by error in his first at-bat. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Schroeder looking to get his first base hit of the night here in his second at-bat. Laurentis now will set, deal, swung on a driven. That is a base hit in the center. John Schroeder does just that as he will make 2 runs score as Presto will come around. And so it is a 6-2 ball game now thanks to an RBI single by John Schroeder. Schroeder staying hot, getting good contact and swinging the bat really well right now. And the Pioneers, their bats have been coming alive tonight after being laid down silent last night at Auburn. They have come back here with a vengeance today against Newark. And now that'll bring on number 8, Cooper Smith, the right fielder. He flew out in his first at-bat. Laurentis now with 2 outs here still in the bottom of the second will set, deal. That is swung over to Flaherty at shortstop. Flaherty actually gets it right to Loveland. Are you kidding me? That literally bounced off of Flaherty directly to Loveland. That could not have worked out better for the Pilots. Wow, that is such a lucky break. Had that bounced anywhere else off of Flaherty, that would have easily been a reach by error for Cooper Smith, but instead that is a ground out. And that will end the bottom of the second inning. However, the Pioneers once again get 3 more runs in the bottom of the second. They go to the top of the third. They lead it 6-2. Welcome back here to the Pioneers live stream. It's the top of the third inning here. Pioneers lead at 6-2 over the Pilots. Zach Nelson back on the mound for the Pioneers to start here in the top of the third. And leading off this inning for the Pilots, it'll be number 2, Paulie Goodness, as we're back to the top of the order for the Pilots. He singled in his first at-bat. Nelson now will set deals. Swing and a miss by Goodness, and the count quickly goes 0-1 now. Nelson now 0-1. Will now set, fire. That one is in there. Called strike 2 right down Broadway. Count quickly goes 0-2 now to Goodness. No outs here in the top of the third. Nelson looking still for his first strikeout here. Nelson now will set, deliver, swing on a driven over to third. That is foul and out of play. So now Goodness is going to have to come all the way back as he was almost to first. Nelson can still pick up the strikeout here as the count will stay at 0-2 to Goodness. Nelson now 0-2. Will now set, deal, swung on a pop back. He just got a piece of it, Goodness did. And he is able to just stay alive. But once again, the count will stay 0-2. Nelson still looking for that first strikeout here. He's put one out on the board in the top of the third. Nelson now 0-2. Will now set, deal, swung on a driven into left. Aubin going back. He will not be able to make it. That's all the way back off the wall. And that will be a double for Goodness, as Aubin was unable to get to that one. So his leadoff double for Paulie Goodness here. To put a runner on second base with no outs here in the top of the third for the Pilots. And now that'll bring up number 7, Jack Arcamone, the designated hitter. Flew out in his first at-bat. Nelson now will set, deal. That one is down low and inside for ball 1 to Jack Arcamone, number 7, the designated hitter, who is now at the plate. Nelson 1-0 with Goodness off of second for the Pilots. Nelson will look in. And now he'll look over to Goodness. Nelson now 1-0 will set, deal. That is upstairs and outside for ball 2. So 2-0 the count to Arcamone as he will take an early lead here in the count. No outs here in the top of the third. Nelson now will lean in and look over to Goodness off of second. And he will set deals. Goodness tried to steal third, and Arcamone fouled that one back. So Goodness is going to have to go back to second base, and the count now will go 2-1 to Jack Arcamone. No outs here still in the top of the third. Nelson now will look in, 2-1 the count to Arcamone. Nelson looks over to Goodness. And now he will set, deal. That one is upstairs. Ball 3, and a great throw by Schroeder, and he is out at third. What a throw by Schroeder, directly on a laser beam to Montagna. Montagna easily able to put the tag down in time, and that will put one out on the board here in the top of the third. Great throw by Schroeder there to get the pickoff at third base. That may be the best throw from Schroeder I've seen. 3-1 the count, as that was a ball 3 to Arcamone. And now that one is fouled over Keller's head. And that'll be a base hit in the right for Arcamone. So a single for Arcamone will put another base runner on for the Pilots here. But there is one out on the board here in the top of the third. And so now that'll bring up number 25, Frankie DiMartino, the center fielder. He flew out in his first at-bat. It'll be Arcamone off of first for the Pilots. One out here in the top of the third. Nelson will look in once again. Nelson looks over to Arcamone. He will now set, delivers, check swing. That's a swing and a miss by DiMartino, and the count will quickly go 0-1. DiMartino kind of halfway through his swing, it looked like he just decided that that was a regrettable decision, so he tried to pull back, but not in time. 0-1 the count. Nelson will check over to first. Arcamone is safe at first. So still 0-1 the count to DiMartino. One out here in the top of the third. And it is still Arcamone over there at first for the Pilots. Nelson 0-1. will now set deal. That is upstairs for ball one. So the count will now even up at aces wild. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the top of the third. Nelson will lean in once again as DiMartino gets reset in the batter's box. Nelson now 1-1. Will now set deal. Swung on a popped up. That is right field side and out of play. So the count now as that clangs off the metal roof. 1-2 the count now to DiMartino. 1 out here in the top of the third. Nelson still looking for his first strikeout here in the top of the third inning. He can pick it up here on this 1-2 count. It is still Arcamone off of first for the Newark Pilots. Nelson now looks in, 1-2. And now he will set, deliver, swung on a driven over to Presto at short. Presto will go to second, and that is in time. So that is just a fielder's choice out, as Arcamone is out at second at a acrobatic play by Bear in order to catch the throw from Presto and get the out. So Arcamone is out at second, and the umpire called him out. Arcamone is still standing over there at third or at second base. And now the manager wants to have a word with the umpire. They're going to try and claim that Bear was off the bag and that because he had to jump up in order to get that throw from Presto. And so they're going to claim that Bear did not get his foot on the bag in time. But it looked like from up here it did. And the umpire called Arcamone out originally. And so we'll have to see if they're going to reverse the call. And no, they will not, as Arcamone is going to be out. And so Arcamone will be out, and that'll put 2 outs on the board here in the top of the third. So Newark manager obviously did not like the call, but does not matter. 2 outs here in the top of the third. And it'll be Frankie DiMartino now off of first for the Pilots. And now that'll bring up number 10, Justin DiMartino, his brother, the extra hitter. And that one is ball down low and away for ball 1 to DiMartino. Schroeder able to keep that one in front of him. Justin DiMartino flew out in his first at-bat as he will step back in here. Nelson will look in, 1-0. And now he looks over to his brother Frankie DiMartino off first. Nelson now will set, deliver, swing and a miss by Justin DiMartino. And the count will even up at 1-1 here now. 2 outs in the top of the third. Nelson will lean in again. Any out ends the inning for Nelson. Nelson now will set deal. Frankie's going to try and steal second, and he will steal second. As that one got away from Schroeder, that was a ball down low in the dirt. So the count will go 2-1 to Justin DiMartino. Still 2 outs here in the top of the third, and now his brother Frankie DiMartino is off of second base for the Pilots. Nelson now will lean in, 2-1 the count. And he will now set deal. That one is in there, just caught the outside edge. And that'll be called strike 2. So now the count will even up at deuces wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the third. Nelson looking for his first strikeout to end the top of the third inning here. Nelson will lead in, 2-2. And now he will set deal. That one is down low in the dirt for ball 3. Schroeder, good blocking job there to keep it in front of him. And so the count will now go full 3-2 to Justin DiMartino. 2 outs here in the top of the third. His brother, Frankie DiMartino, off of second base for the Pilots. Nelson still looking for his first strikeout here, and that would end the top of the third inning. Nelson will lean in, 3-2. Look over to Frankie DiMartino. And now he will set, fire, swung on a driven into left. Abe going back for it. Will he get to it? He will! A great grab there by Abe. He had to reach back for it, and he got it. And so that'll be a fly out by Justin DiMartino to end the top of the third inning. No runs for the Pilots in the top of the third. We go to the bottom of the third. Pioneers still lead it 6-2. Welcome back here to the Pioneers live stream. It's the bottom of the third inning here. Pioneers lead it 6-2 over the Newark Pilots. Pioneers so far in their first 2 innings have each come up with 3 runs in those 2 innings, and so they're looking to continue the streak here. It'll still be Anthony Laurentis out there for the Pilots, and leading off this inning for the Pioneers, it'll be number 44, Chris Bear, the second baseman. Bear RBI singled in his first at-bat, looking to go 2 for 2 here tonight. Laurentis now will set, deal, that one is in there. Called strike 1 on a curveball that just caught the inside edge of the plate. So the count will go 0-1 to Bear. No outs here in the bottom of the third. Laurentis 0-1. Will now set, deliver, that is in there. Called strike 2, same pitch, same spot. Another curveball, and the count will now quickly go 0-2 now to Bear. Laurentis 0-2. Will now set, fire, swing and a miss by Bear. He goes down swing on 3 straight curveballs from Laurentis. That is the 3rd strikeout of the night for Laurentis, and that will put 1 out on the board here for Laurentis in the bottom of the 3rd. And now that'll bring up number 30, Cam Levesque, the center fielder. Levesque struck out in his first at-bat. Looking to try and get on base here for the Pioneers with only 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd. Laurentis now will set, deal, that is down low and outside for ball 1. That was in the right batter's box. So the count will go 1-0 to Levesque. 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd. Laurentis now 1-0. Will set, deliver, swung on and pop back. Levesque just got a piece of it off the end of his bat, and so the count will even up at aces wild here. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd. Laurentis 1-1. Will now set, deal, swung on a pop back. That is right field side and out of play as it clangs off the metal roof. So the count will now go 1-2 to Levesque. 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd. Laurentis 1-2. Will now set, deal, that is way outside for ball 2 down low on a fastball. Laurentis tried to blow that by Levesque, but he was way off. So the count will even up 2-2 to Levesque. 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd. Levesque will step back in. Laurentis now 2-2. Will now set, fire, swung on and driven. That's a base hit into right off the end of Levesque's bat. And so that'll put a runner on first for the Pioneers here with only 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd. A great single there by Levesque, just by the outstretched reach of Mitchell Kelly, the first baseman. It just got by him just enough to get him to first. And now that'll bring him number 14, Jake Keller, the first baseman. He lined out in his first at-bat, only 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd, and a runner on first for the Pioneers in Levesque. Laurentis looks in and now looks over to Levesque. And now he will set, fire, that is down low and away for ball 1. Laurentis' fastball has not been on point tonight. It's been all over the place. That was another fastball from Laurentis, and that was down low and away. 1-0 the count to Keller. No 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd. Levesque off of first. Laurentis will set, deal. That is in there. Called strike 1 on a curveball. Laurentis' curveball has been pretty good tonight. That has been able to find the zone, but his fastball not so much. The count now will even up at aces wild. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd. Levesque off of first still for the Pioneers. Laurentis 1-1 will now set, deliver. That is upstairs and outside for ball 2. Another fastball. Laurentis' fastball has been way to the right, and it's been off. So 2-1 the count to Keller. Now that's going to be a problem for Laurentis if he cannot get fastball control, because then all of his stuff is off speed. That's going to be in the zone and hittable for the Pioneers. Levesque is going to steal second, and he will steal second as that throw gets by the second baseman Loveland. And that was ball 3 away from Keller on a curveball that missed outside. So 3-1 the count to Keller. 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd, and Cam Levesque off of second now for the Pioneers. And the Jake chant started here for Jake Keller here at the done. Keller trying to get on or drive in Levesque. 3-1 the count. Laurentis looks over to Levesque. And now he will set, deal, swung on a driven into right. Right fielder Walters will come under and he will make the play. And Levesque is going to tag up and go to third, and he will be safe at third. So that is a fly out by Keller to put 2 outs on the board here in the bottom of the third inning. But Cam Levesque is able to take advantage that it was in right field and go all the way over there to third base now. So runner on third here for the Pioneers with 2 outs in the bottom of the third. And now that'll bring up number 40, Nick Montagna, the third baseman. He was hit by a pitch in his first at-bat. Laurentis now will set, deal, swing and a miss by Montagna, and the count will go 0-1. 0-1 the count to Montagna. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Laurentis now will set, deal, swung on and driven. That is right field side and out of play. And so the count quickly goes 0-2 now to Montagna. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Montagna trying to get a base hit here in order to drive in Levesque. Or a wild pitch from Laurentis. That would also work to get in Levesque. Laurentis will set, deliver. That is upstairs. Called ball 1. Good take there by Montagna. And so the count will go 1-2 now. Still 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Laurentis looks in 1-2. And now he will set, deal, swung on it, popped up into shallow left. The third baseman knows it's going to be Flaherty, the shortstop, who makes the play. And that will end the bottom of the third inning on a pop out by Montagna. Pioneers, for the first time tonight, come up empty in the bottom of the third. No runs. We go to the top of the fourth, however, they still lead at 6-2. Welcome back here to the Pioneers live stream. It's the top of the fourth inning here. Pioneers lead at 6-2 over the Newark Pilots. Zach Nelson still on the mound here in the top of the fourth for the Pioneers. And leading off this inning for the Newark Pilots, it'll be number 24, Chris Ferrara, the third baseman. He was walked in his first at-bat. Nelson now, as the in-game promotions are being escorted off the field. Nelson now will step back onto the mound. And now he will set, deal. That one is in there, just inside for ball 1. I thought that was going to be called strike 1, to be honest. That was a nice curveball from Nelson, just inside. Nelson now, 1-0, will set, deliver, swung on a driven over to Montagna at third. Montagna will field it, throw to first in time, and that will be one away. A very nice play there by Montagna to put 1 out on the board here in the top of the fourth. And now that'll bring up number 34, Mitchell Kelly, the first baseman. He reached on a fielder's choice in his first at-bat. 1 out here in the top of the fourth. Looks like it is number 23, Eric Burkan, warming up in the bullpen for the Pioneers. That one is in there just inside again for ball one. Nelson no longer getting those strike calls on that inside curveball. It's a beautiful pitch. Nelson just is no longer getting the call. Nelson will set deliver. That is a swing and a miss by Kelly. And the count will now even up at aces wild here. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the top of the fourth. Nelson now 1-1 will now set deal. That one is upstairs and inside for ball 2. So 2-1 the count to Kelly as he will take the lead in the count. 1 out here in the top of the fourth. Nelson now will set deal. Swing and a miss by Kelly again. And now the count will even up at 2-2. Kelly has swung and missed at 2 curveballs. Nelson now still looking for his first strikeout. 2-2. Oh, now set deal. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. That is the first strikeout of the night for Zach Nelson, and that will put 2 outs on the board here in the top of the fourth. And now that'll bring out number 3, Briggs Loveland. The second baseman walked in his first at-bat. 2 outs here now in the top of the fourth. That one is in there. Called strike 1 from Nelson to Loveland. So 0-1 the count now to Loveland. 2 outs here in the top of the fourth. Nelson now 0-1. Will now set deal. That is inside, just inside for ball 1. So the count now will even up 1-1 to Loveland here. 2 outs in the top of the fourth. Nelson now will set deal. That one is just upstairs for ball 2. So the count now will go in Loveland's favor, 2-1. 2 outs here in the top of the fourth. Nelson 2-1. Will now set, deliver. That is outside fastball, outside miss down low. So the count will now go 3-1 to Loveland. 2 outs here in the top of the fourth. If Nelson were to get Loveland out and be able to battle back here, it would be the first 1-2-3 inning of the night for Nelson. Nelson now 3-1 will now set, deliver. That is upstairs. Ball 4. He will unfortunately not, as that is back-to-back walks for Briggs Loveland here. And that'll put a runner on first for the Pilots with 2 outs here in the top of the fourth. And now that'll bring up number 20, Michael Flaherty, the shortstop. Reached on a fielder's choice in his first at-bat. He'll be coming up to the plate here with 2 outs in the top of the fourth. Any out ends the inning for Nelson and keeps this at a 6-2 ball game. Nelson now will set, deliver. That is in there. Called strike 1 on a curveball. Nelson's curveball has really been effective tonight. It's been in the zone a lot, and even when it's been just to the inside, it has gotten the call most of the time. 0-1 the count now. Nelson will now set, deliver, swung on a driven up to Nelson. Nelson will field it, turn, throw to first in time, and that will be a ground out to end the top of the fourth inning. Pilots come up empty once again in the top of the fourth. We go to the bottom of the fourth. Pioneers still lead it 6-2. Welcome back here to the Pioneers live stream. It's the bottom of the 4th inning here as Laurentis will set deal. That one is in there. Called strike one to Spencer Aubin, number 42, who will be leading off here for the Pioneers. Anthony Laurentis still on the mound for the Pilots here. 0-1 the count now. Laurentis will set deal. That is going to be inside. That almost hit Aubin. And so the count will even up 1-1 now to Aubin. No outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Pioneers still lead it 6-2. Aubin singled in his first at-bat. He will now step back in here to face Laurentis. 1-1. Laurentis now will set fire. That one is just down low for ball 2 on a fastball. So 2-1 the count now to Aubin. No outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Like I've said before, Laurentis' fastball has just not been there for him tonight. Laurentis will set deal. That is upstairs and inside on another fastball. Like I said, his fastball has just been all over the place. Laurentis hasn't been able to get the control that he really needs out of that pitch. So 3-1 the count now to Aubin. Laurentis trying to stave off the leadoff walk. Laurentis will set deal. That is in there. That is going to be ball 4. So that'll be a walk for Aubin. A leadoff walk here for the Pioneers to put an immediate runner on first with no outs here in the bottom of the 4th. And now that'll bring up number 24, Eric Charnetsky, the designated hitter. He struck out in his first at-bat. Charnetsky now will step in with Aubin off first for the Pioneers. Laurentis now will set deal. Swung on a driven over Loveland's head. That's a base hit in the right. And so that'll be a broken bat, I think, single. I don't know. It sounded like Charnetsky's bat broke on that swing. I can't quite see it. It wasn't a clean break if it did. But that'll be a single anyway for Charnetsky. No outs here in the bottom of the 4th. And now that'll bring up number 2, Dom Presto, the shortstop. He's 2 for 2 tonight. 2 singles, one of them an RBI single. Runners on first and second here for the Pioneers with no outs in the bottom of the 4th. Pioneers looking to add on to their lead. Laurentis will step off the mound. And it doesn't look like there's anybody warming in the bullpen for the Pilots. And so Laurentis on his own here for at least the meantime. Laurentis now will set deal. That is going to be inside. Almost hit Presto. That was very close to hitting Presto. And the count will go 1-0. And if that did hit Presto, that would have been a hit by pitch, and that would have loaded the bases for the Pioneers. Laurentis 1-0. Well, now set deal. That's going to be a hit by pitch. He did hit him that time for sure. Off of Presto's shoulder. And that will, as I said, load the bases now for the Pioneers. With Joe Muzio coming up to the plate. This could be trouble for Laurentis here. As now that'll bring up number 77, Joe Muzio, the extra hitter, to the plate. He RBI singled in his first at-bat, popped out in his second at-bat. If Muzio can get a base hit here, that would probably clear the bases for the Pioneers. That could be 2 runs. That could maybe even be 3 runs if he puts it in the right spot. No outs here in the bottom of the 4th, so plenty of opportunity with the heart of the order for the Pioneers to do damage. And that's a check swing off of the bat of Muzio. That one got away from Payne momentarily, but he is able to recover. So the count will go, that is going to be a ball. So they are going to rule that a ball. 1-0 the count to Muzio. No outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Bases loaded for the Pioneers. An awesome opportunity for the Pioneers to extend their lead. Laurentis 1-0. The Let's Go Joe's already started here. 1-0. Laurentis now will set deal. That is upstairs and outside. Ball 2. So 2-0 the count to Muzio. No outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Laurentis leans in 2-0. If he does walk Muzio, that would walk in a run for the Pioneers. Laurentis will set deal. That is down low for ball 3. So 3-0 the count to Muzio. Laurentis trying to stave off a walk. That would walk in a run for the Pioneers and make this a 7-2 ball game. 3-0 the count to Muzio. Laurentis will set, deliver, swung on a driven into center. And that's probably going to be an out. And the center fielder will make the play. And now Aubin's going to come home as he will tag up and score. And so that'll be a sacrifice fly by Joe Muzio, and the Pioneers lead it 7-2. That will also put one out on the board here in the bottom of the fourth for the Pilots. But the danger is still not over for the Pilots, as now that'll bring up number 10, John Schroeder, the catcher. He reached on an error in his first at-bat. RBI singled in his second at-bat. It's Charnetsky off second and Presto off first for the Pioneers. One out here in the bottom of the fourth. Laurentis looks in. Looks over to Charnetsky, and now he will set. Deal that is upstairs and outside. Ball one. 1-0 the count to John Schroeder. One out here in the bottom of the fourth. Laurentis 1-0. We'll look over to Charnetsky, and now he will set. Deal that is inside and down low. Ball two. So 2-0 the count to Schroeder. If Laurentis were to walk Schroeder, that would once again fill up the bases for the Pioneers, with Cooper Smith then coming to the plate. It's the heart of the order for the Pioneers, so Laurentis really in quite a lot of trouble right now. Laurentis 2-0 will now set, deliver, swung on a pop. That is over, and Loveland will go to second and cannot throw to first in time. So Schroeder will reach on a fielder's choice, as Presto will be tagged out at second. So that'll put two outs here in the bottom of the fourth, but the runners are now on the corners for the Pioneers. It's Charnetsky at third, Schroeder at first. And now that'll bring up number 8, Cooper Smith, the right fielder. He flew out in his first at-bat, grounded out in his second at-bat. Smith has an opportunity here to drive in at least Charnetsky in this at-bat and make this an 8-2 ball game. Laurentis will look in. And now he will check over to first, and now Schroeder's in a rundown. He will be safe at second, as the the tag from Loveland was not in time. So John Schroeder is safe at second. He stole second without a pitch even being thrown. And Loveland was just stepped away from the bag. He was more inside towards the grass when he fielded that throw from Kelly, and then he had to reach back in order to try and get Schroeder, but by that time Schroeder was already on the bag. So two outs here in the bottom of the fourth, and runners on second and third now for the Pioneers. Laurentis will set. Deal that is upstairs and outside for ball one. Lucky the Payne caught that, or otherwise Charnetsky would have come home. 1-0 the count to Smith. Laurentis now will look over to Schroeder. He will now set. Deal that is upstairs and outside. Ball two. So 2-0 the count to Smith. Two outs here in the bottom of the fourth. Laurentis, if he were to walk Smith, that would load the bases for Bear, who is on deck. Laurentis will set, deliver. That is in there. Called strike one on a curveball. So 2-1 the count now to Smith. That curveball just caught the outside edge of the plate. And the Let's Go Coops already started here at done. 2-1 the count to Cooper Smith. Two outs here in the bottom of the fourth. Laurentis 2-1 will now set. Deal. Swung on and driven into right, and Walters will come under it. He will make the play, and that will unfortunately end the bottom of the fourth inning. A fly out by Cooper Smith ends the bottom of the fourth, but the Pioneers do not come up empty. They get a run in the bottom of the fourth, and they make it a 7-2 ball game as we go to the top of the fifth right after this. Welcome back here to the Pioneers live stream. It's the top of the 5th inning here. Pioneers lead it 7-2 over the Newark Pilots. And it'll still be Zach Nelson out there for the Pioneers to start the top of the 5th. And leading off this inning for the Newark Pilots, it'll be number 40, Tyler Walters, the right fielder. Walters RBI doubled in his first at-bat against Nelson. It still looks like it's Eric Burkham warming out there, up there in the Pioneers bullpen. Nelson will set deal. That one is in there. Called strike one on a curveball. Nelson's curveball has been there all night. Now he's getting the calls inside once again. That bodes well for him. 0-1 the count. Nelson will set deal. That one is just down low for ball one. So now the count will even up. 1-1 to Walters. No outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Aubin way back there and left. The rest of the outfield pretty evenly spread out and evenly up, but that one is fouled out of play. So the count will go 1-2 now to Walters, as that one was fouled off right field side. 1-2 the count now. No outs in the bottom of the 4th. I think Aubin is farther back there in left just because Walters, the last time he was at bat, he RBI doubled, but it was into left, and it got by Aubin as it was all the way back at the warning track on the wall. Nelson 1-2. He will now set deal. That is outside for ball two on a fastball. So the count now will even up 2-2 to Walters. No outs here in the bottom of the in the top of the 5th. Nelson looking for a second strikeout here as he will set deal. That is inside for ball three on a curveball. So 3-2 the count now as it fills up to Walters. No outs here in the top of the 5th. Nelson looking for his second strikeout here. Nelson 3-2. Will now set deal. Swung on a driven into left. Aubin, he's running in on it. He will not get there, and that'll be a base hit single for Walters in the left. And that one all the way down near the foul line, and that caught Aubin up a little bit as he was all the way back. And so he had to run in to try and get to that one, not quite in time. So that'll be a base hit single for Walters to put a runner on first here for the Pilots with no outs in the top of the 5th. And now that'll bring up number 29, Nick Payne, the catcher. He popped out in his first at-bat. No outs here in the top of the 5th. It is still Burkham warming in the Pioneers bullpen. Nelson now will set, deliver. That is upstairs and outside for ball one. So 1-0 the count to Payne. No outs here in the top of the 5th. Nelson 1-0. Well, now set, deal, swung on a driven, and that's a base hit in the left as that just split Presto and Montagna. And so that'll be a base hit single for Payne now. Back-to-back singles for the Pilots here. We'll put runners on first and second with no outs here in the top of the 5th. And so now that will bring up the leadoff man at number 2, Paulie Goodness. The left fielder who is 2 for 2 tonight. He singled in his first at-bat, doubled in his second at-bat. Runners on first and second for the Pilots with no outs here in the top of the 5th. Nelson will set deal. That is in there. Called strike one on a curveball. So 0-1 the count to Goodness. No outs here in the top of the 5th. Nelson looks over to Walters. 0-1, and he will now set, deliver. That is swung over to Montagna at third. Montagna fields it, goes to second. That is safe. They're going to say that he was safe at second. I don't know about that call. That's an iffy call at second. Well, they're going to say a reach by error there for Goodness. And so that will load the bases for the Pilots here with no outs in the top of the 5th. And that might do it for Nelson here, as at least Coach Drum is coming out to talk with him, and it looks like it will. Yes, it will. So Nelson is done for the night. He gave up 2 runs on 6 hits on 3 errors from the Pioneers as well. Did not help him out. But a very solid performance from Nelson as he will be relieved by number 23, Eric Burkham. So Burkham will be coming in here to face Jack Arcamone with no outs in the top of the 5th, and the bases loaded for the Pilots. And so now Digging into a little bit more about Burkhan's stats, he's making his 5th appearance. He also has 1 start this season. He has an 11.04 ERA in 7.1 innings pitched. He's given up 11 hits, 10 runs, 9 of those earned, 8 walks, and has 6 strikeouts this season. Last time we saw Burkhan pitch was on the 20th of July versus Jamestown, where he threw for 5 innings, gave up 3 earned runs on 5 walks, and had 4 strikeouts in that ball game. And so now Burkhan will take his time and warm up here. I'm going to step away for a moment. I'll be back once Burkhan has finished warming up. I'm back here now as Burkhan looks like he's finished warming up. And so he'll be in here now to face number 7, Jack Archimone, the designated hitter. Flew out in his first at-bat, singled in his second at-bat. No outs here in the top of the 5th, and the bases are loaded for the Pilots. So Burkhan's going to have to do quite a lot of work here to get out of this jam. Burkhan now. We'll look over to third, and now we'll set. Deal. That one is down low and inside for ball 1. So 1-0 the count to Archimone. I believe that was a fastball from Burkhan. Burkhan 1-0. Looks into Archimone. And now he will set. Deal. Swung on a popped up. In the left. Aubin going back. He will not be able to make it as that's over his head. And that'll score 1 run. That'll score 2 runs. That will score 3 runs. No, they're going to say he's safe. So that is going to score 3 runs. His goodness came around and the throw was just not quite in time to Schroeder. And so that will make it a 7-5 ball game here. And all of a sudden, Newark is back in it. And that is an RBI double from Jack Archimone. With no outs here in the top of the 5th. That was bases clearing as all 3 runners came home. And so now that'll bring up number 25, Frankie DiMartino, the center fielder. Flew out in his first at-bat. Reached on a fielder's choice in his second at-bat. Still no outs here in the top of the 5th. In a now 7-5 ball game. Burkhan now. We'll look over to Archimone and now set. Deal. That is inside ball 1. So 1-0 the count to DiMartino. No outs here in the top of the 5th. Burkhan 1-0. We'll now look over to Archimone and set. Deal. That is in there. Called strike 1 on a fastball. So the count now will even up to DiMartino. 1-1. No outs here in the top of the 5th. Archimone off of second for the Pilots. Burkhan 1-1 will now set. Deal. Swung on and driven into center. Levesque will be coming under it. He will make the play. And now he's going to throw in the presto. And Montagna will field it over there at third and keep Archimone where he is. So that is a fly out by Frankie DiMartino to put 1 out on the board here in the top of the 5th. And that'll keep Archimone where he is. And so now that'll bring up his brother, number 10, Justin DiMartino, the extra hitter. Flew out in his first at-bat, flew out in his second at-bat. 1 out here in the top of the 5th. Burkhan now looks over to Archimone, and now will set. Deal. Swung on a pop back. That is right field side, not a play. And so the count will go 0-1 to Justin DiMartino. 1 out here in the top of the 5th. Burkan looking for outs to try and get out of this inning with still a lead for the Pioneers. Justin DiMartino does represent the tying run at the plate. Burkan 0-1 will now set. Deal that is inside, almost hit DiMartino. And the count will even up at aces wild now. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the top of the 5th. Burkan 1-1. Looks over to Arcamona now. Sets. Deals. Swung on a driven into left. Skied. Aubin going back. And he will make the play in left. And now he's going to have to throw in quickly. And he will throw in as Montagna will field it. So that is a fly out by DiMartino to put 2 outs on the board here in the top of the 5th. And Arcamone still frozen over there at second. And so now that'll bring up number 24, Chris Ferrara, the third baseman. Walked in his first at-bat, grounded out in his second at-bat. Burkan will set deal. That is foul down the third base line. Just foul. I mean by about 1.5 feet. That was about 1.5 feet left of the third base line. But it is foul. So 0-1 the count now to Ferrara. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Burkan looking for 1 more out in order to get out of the inning. Burkan 0-1 will look in to Ferrara. And he will now look over to Arcamone. Will now set deal. That is down low, and that gets by Schroeder. And now Arcamone off the ricochet will now be able to go over to third. So the count will even up 1-1 to Ferrara here. 2 outs in the top of the 3rd, but a runner on third in Jack Arcamone for the Pilots. Burkan now 1-1. Well, now set. Deal. That is down low and away for ball 2. So 2-1 the count now to Ferrara as he will take the lead. 2 outs here still in the top of the 5th. Burkan 2-1. Well, now set. Deal. Swung on a driven into left. Aubin going back for it. He's not going to be able to get it. That is just fair. That'll score 1 run. And that'll be an RBI double for Ferrara. With 2 outs here in the top of the 5th, and all of a sudden it is a 7-6 ball game. Newark has come all the way back after being down 5 runs. They're now just down 1 run here in the top of the 5th. And so the Pioneers bats are going to have to answer after this. And now Schroeder wants to have a word with Burkan. And that one by Ferrara was placed perfectly into the left corner. It was maybe a foot right and fair side of the third base foul line. There's nothing Aubin could have done with that. Aubin ran all the way into the corner, but could only cut the ball off. Burkan still 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. This has been a 4-run top of the 5th for the Pilots. And that one is in there, called strike 1 to Kelly now. Mitchell Kelly, number 34, the first baseman, is up at the plate. Reached on a fielder's choice in his first at-bat, struck out in his second at-bat. 0-1 the count. Burkan looks and now will set. Deal. That is way outside. That gets by Schroeder. And now Ferrara's going to be able to go over to third as that one just hopped off of Schroeder's glove. The count, as that was a ball upstairs and outside. So the count will even up 1-1 to Kelly. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. And the tying run is at third base in Chris Ferrara. Burkan still looking for only just 1 out in order to get out of this inning with still a Pioneers lead. Burkan 1-1 will now set deal. That is down low and away for ball 2. A great pick there by Schroeder. Just keep that one in front of him. That was a fastball that just missed. So 2-1 the count now to Kelly as he will take the lead. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. It is still Ferrara over there at third for the Pilots. Burkan will now set deal. Swing and a miss by Kelly. And the count will even up at deuces wild here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Burkan 1 strike away from getting out of this inning with still a Pioneers lead. Burkan 2-2 will now set deal. Swung on a driven up to Burkan. Burkan can't field it. Will throw to first in time. And that will end it on a ground out. A floater throw by Burkan, but it gets there just in time. So a 4-run top of the 5th for the Pilots makes it a 7-6 ball game. We go to the bottom of the 5th, or top of the 5th inning, excuse me. If I said top of the 6th, I'm sorry. It's the top of the 5th. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Pioneers will look to answer and get their multi-run lead back right after this.
Teams of other caregivers inspired by healing. We know your physical, emotional, and spiritual health are each part of the whole of you. To continue a tradition of medicine driven by compassion, teaching, and healing. That's why we're here. It's who we are. It's what we do.
What if white wine was not made for poultry, but for friendship? What if red wine set aside the steak and made room for love? What if we've been drinking wine wrong all along, and instead wine was to be shared as a human experience with love, integrity, and hope? Hi, my name is Greg Taylor. I'm the vineyard manager and property manager of Bully Hill Vineyards, and I'm a 4th generation winemaker and 5th generation grape grower of my family. So it all started with my great-great-grandfather George and his son Walter Taylor Sr. They came up to this region for the promise of a better life due to the rising wine industry on Keuka Lake. Walter Taylor was the one who first started the Taylor Wine Company. The Taylor Wine Company was one of the largest wineries in the United States. My great-grandfather had passed away, and my grandfather Grayton and his 2 brothers Fred and Clarence took over the company at its peak, producing around 40 million gallons of wine a year. Grayton had a son, Walter, who was my father.
Welcome back to the Pioneers live stream. It's the bottom of the 5th inning here. Pioneers still lead it 7-6 now over Newark, and all of a sudden a very tight ball game. Pioneers will look to answer after Newark got 4 runs in the top of the 5th inning. It'll be a new pitcher on the mound for the Pilots here in the bottom of the 5th, and number 4, Pete Jocelyn. Jocelyn, an 8.03 ERA. In 11 appearances, he's only thrown 12.1 innings. He's given up 16 hits, 15 runs, 11 of those earned, 13 walks, and only has 7 strikeouts so far this season for the Pilots. And leading off this inning for the Pioneers, it will be number 44, Chris Baer, the second baseman. He RBI singled in his first at-bat, struck out in his second at-bat. So 1 for 2 tonight so far for Baer, looking to make it 2 for 3. Jocelyn now. Will now set, deal. That one is down low for ball 1. So 1-0 the count to Baer. No outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Jocelyn 1-0. Will now set, deal. That is going to be inside for ball 2. So 2-0 the count to Baer as he takes the early lead in the count. No outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Pioneers looking to get their multi-run lead back and build up some insurance for Burcan. Jocelyn 2-0 will now set, deal. That is upstairs, ball 3. So 3-0 the count to Baer. Jocelyn needs to find a strike here to try and avoid a leadoff walk. Jocelyn 3-0. Well, now set, deal. That is going to be in there. Called strike 1. Baer didn't even hesitate. He actually stepped back from the batter's box. He was taking that pitch no matter what. Well, the count will go 3-1 to Baer now. Jocelyn will now set, deal. That is going to be in there. Called strike 2. Baer once again took that pitch without even thinking about it. So 3-2 the count now. Full count to Baer. No outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Jocelyn 3-2. Well, now set, deliver. That is upstairs, way upstairs for ball 4. So that will be a leadoff walk for Chris Baer here to start the bottom of the 5th for the Pioneers. And now that'll bring up number 30, Cam Levesque, the center fielder. Struck out in his first at-bat, singled in his second at-bat. No outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Runner on first in Baer for the Pioneers. Jocelyn now will look into Levesque. And now he will set, deliver. That is going to be in there. Called strike 1. So 0-1 the count to Levesque. No outs here in the bottom of the 5th. It is still Baer over there at first for the Pioneers. And Levesque has been granted time as he will step out. And yeah, he'll step back in here to the batter's box. 0-1 the count. Jocelyn now looks over to Baer. And now we'll set, deliver. That is upstairs, ball 1. So 1-1 the count now to Levesque as the count will even up. No outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Jocelyn looks in, 1-1. And now he will check over to Bear at first. Bear well back in time, so he is still safe over there at first. Still 1-1 the count to Levesque. Jocelyn looks in. The clap's going here at done for Levesque. Jocelyn will set, deal. That is outside for ball 2. So 2-1 the count now to Levesque as he will take the lead. Jocelyn 2-1 looks into Levesque. And now he will set, deliver. That is in there. Called strike 2. So the count now will even up 2-2 to Levesque. No outs here in the bottom of the 5th still. Bear off of first for the Pioneers. I think the Pioneers' bats are just testing to see whether Jocelyn can even throw strikes. That one is swung on a crust right to the third baseman. And a quick throw to first will get Bear. That is a double play. A 5-3 double play will put 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. That is just unfortunate as that was a line out by Levesque that immediately just went straight to the third baseman. And then immediately he was able to throw to first before Bear can get back. And so that'll put 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. And now that'll bring up number 14, Jake Keller, the first baseman, lined out in his first at-bat, flew out in his second at-bat. Jocelyn, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. He will now set, deal. That is inside ball 1. So 1-0 the count to Keller. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. It'll still be Montagna up after Keller if he can get on. Jocelyn 1-0 will now set, deliver. That is in there. Cold strike 1. Jocelyn very slow off speed. I don't think I've seen him throw a fastball yet, and it's been nothing with a ton of velocity on it. So if he hangs one in the zone, a lot of these power bats for the Pioneers could crush these baseballs. That is upstairs for ball 2. So 2-1 the count to Keller. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Jocelyn 2-1. Will now set, deliver, swung on a pop back by Keller, and the count will even up at deuces wild. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Everyone will take a moment here and reset. Keller now will step back in, 2-2. Jocelyn still looking for his first strikeout here. It would end the bottom of the 5th. Jocelyn 2-2 will now set, deal. That is going to be inside, almost hit Keller for ball 3. So count now goes full to Keller. 3-2 in the Let's Go Jakes. Firing up here at Dunn Field. 3-2 the count to Keller. Jocelyn now will set, deliver. That is upstairs and outside, ball 4. So Keller's going to draw a walk here to put a runner on first for the Pioneers with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. And now that'll bring up number 40, Nick Montagna, the third baseman. Hit by a pitch in his first at-bat, popped out in his second at-bat. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Still looks like Cameron Sullivan, number 0, is warming up there in the bullpen for the Pioneers. Jocelyn now will set, deal. That is in there. Cold strike 1. Jocelyn, and honestly, he's just throwing like in slow motion. I think that was his fastball, and it didn't look all that fast from up here. 0-1 the count. I don't mean to harp on the guy, but I mean, I just feel like this inning has lasted so long just because he takes so long to throw his pitches. That one is upstairs and outside for ball 1. So the count will even up 1-1 to Montagna. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. It is still Keller over there at first for the Pioneers. Jocelyn 1-1. Looks over to Keller. And now he will set, deal. Swung on a driven. That is right field side and foul. And the count will go 1-2. I think a lot of the Pioneers' bats are just sort of sitting on his pitches. They're having to wait so long because Jocelyn is throwing so off speed that they're just having to wait, and then try and swing at it. 1-2 the count to Montagna. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Jocelyn now will set, deal, swung on and fouled off. That is right field side and out of play. So the count will stay 1-2 to Montagna. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Keller still off first for the Pioneers. Jocelyn now 1-2. We'll look over to Keller, and he will now set, deliver. That is down low for ball 2. So the count will now even up at deuces wild air. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Now let's go Pios chant. Started up here at done. 2-2 the count. Jocelyn looks in, shakes off 2 pitches. And now he will check over to first, and Keller well able to get back in time, so he is still safe. Jocelyn 2-2. We'll now look over to Keller and we'll set, deliver. That is outside and upstairs for ball 3. So the count now goes full to Montagna, 3-2. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Full count. If Montagna were to be walked, that put runners on first and second with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. And let's go Nick Chance going here at done. Jocelyn 3-2 will now set, deliver. That is upstairs, ball 4. So that will be a walk for Nick Montagna. That is back-to-back walks from Jocelyn with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. And now that'll bring up number 42, Spencer Aubin, the left fielder. He singled in his first at-bat, walked in his second at-bat. 2 outs here still in the bottom of the 5th. Jocelyn now taking his time applying resin as Aubin will step into the batter's box. Montagna off first, Keller off second for the Pioneers. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Jocelyn now will set, deal. That is in there, called strike 1. 0-1 the count now to Aubin. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Jocelyn 0-1. We'll look over to Keller. And now we'll set, deal. That is in there, called strike 2 inside. And so the count will go 0-2 now to Aubin. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Jocelyn 0-2, looking for his first strikeout in order to end the bottom of the 5th. If it wasn't for that lucky double play and the line out by Levesque, the Pioneers would already have a run in this inning. But instead, the count will now go 1-2 as there was a ball inside to Aubin. 2 outs here still in the bottom of the 5th, and only runners on first and second for the Pioneers. Jocelyn, 3 walks and 1 line out that turned into a double play. So really, Jocelyn could have been in much worse shape, and the Pioneers could have gotten a lot more if it wasn't for that unlucky line out. Jocelyn 1-2 will now set, deal, swung on a pop back. Aubin just got a piece of that. And so the count will stay 1-2 to Aubin. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Jocelyn has slowed down the pace of this game to a glacial movement. The count will stay 1-2 to Aubin. Jocelyn now taking even more time. He will now look in, still 1-2. Look over to Keller, and now he will set, deal, swung on a pop back again by Aubin, and he's able to stay alive. Count will stay 1-2 to Aubin. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Let's go, Spence chance started up here at done. Still 1-2 the count. You're trying to get Spence or Aubin to get a base hit here. So maybe even drive in Keller. 1-2 still the count. Jocelyn now. We'll look over to Keller. And now set, deal. That is upstairs, ball 2. So the count will even up at deuces wild once again. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. The Let's Go Pios chance now going here at Dunn. Jocelyn, deuces wild. Well, now look over to Keller. And now he will set, deal, that is upstairs and outside, ball 3. So full count here now to Aubin, 3-2. If Jocelyn walks Aubin here, that would load the bases for Eric Charnetsky. 3-2 the count to Aubin. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Jocelyn 3-2. Well, now set, deal, swing and a miss by Aubin. He goes down swinging. And that will be a strikeout for Jocelyn. That will end the bottom of the 5th inning. So the Pioneers come up empty in the bottom of the 5th, and they strand 2 runners on. We go to the top of the 6th. They still lead it 7-6. Welcome back here to the Pioneers live stream. It's the top of the 6th inning here. Pioneers still lead it 7-6 over the Pilots. It is still number 23, Eric Burkhan, out there pitching for the Pioneers. And leading off this inning for the Pilots, it'll be number 3, Briggs Loveland, the second baseman. Burkhan will set deal. That is swung on and driven into center. Levesque going back. He will make the play in left center. And that is a fly out by Loveland on 1 pitch to put 1 out here immediately in the top of the 6th for Burkhan. After that bottom of the 5th that felt like an eternity, a 1 pitch, 1 out is quite refreshing here to start the top of the 6th. And so now that'll bring up number 20, Michael Flaherty, the shortstop. Reached on a fielder's choice in his first at-bat, grounded out in his second at-bat. Burkhan now will set, deal, that is in there, called strike 1. 0-1 the count to Flaherty, 1 out here in the top of the 6th. Burkhan looks in, 0-1. And now he will set, deliver, that is upstairs and inside for ball 1. So 1-1 the count will even up to Flaherty. One out here in the top of the sixth. So Aces Wild reads the scoreboard. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the top of the sixth. Burkan will set deliver. That is swung on. Driven third base side. That is turning foul. They're going to say it's fair. The throw to first is not in time. Are you kidding me? That was an out. As I thought Keller caught that just in time. It looked like from up here. Where they're going to say he reached and that he is safe. They're going to give him the base hit single on that, even though I really disagree with that call. I thought the throw had him beat. Montagna arguing it with the umpire when they're not reversing it. And so that will be a base hit single for Flaherty, which shouldn't have happened. So Flaherty will be on first with 1 out here in the top of the sixth on a BS call. And so now that'll bring up number 40, Tyler Walters, the right fielder. RBI doubled in his first at-bat, singled in his second at-bat. Burkan will set deal. That is swung on and driven into right center. Hooper Smith coming under it. He will make the play. So that is a fly out by Walters to immediately avenge that missed call to put 2 outs on the board here in the top of the sixth. And so now that'll bring up number 29, Nick Payne. The catcher popped out in his first at-bat, singled in his second at-bat. Burkan looks over to Flaherty, who is on first. So that should have ended the inning, to be honest. Had that call actually been right, that should have ended the inning. Burkan now looks over to Flaherty. And now that will set deal. Swung on and chopped foul. That is left field side. So the count will now go 0-1 to Payne. 2 outs here in the top of the sixth. Burkan, if that call had been changed, it would have been a 1-2-3 inning for him. But instead, it's just an 0-1 count to Payne. 2 outs here in the top of the sixth. Burkan now will set deal. Swung on a driven. That is foul left field side. And so the count will now go 0-2 to Payne. Burkan, as the stomps and the claps are going here, are done. The count is 0-2. 2 outs here in the top of the sixth. Burkan looking for his first strikeout to end the top of the sixth inning. Burkan looks over to Flaherty off first. And now will set, deliver, swung on and driven into left. That is going to be foul and out of play. And yeah, Auburn not able to get to that one. And so the count will stay 0-2 to Payne. 2 outs here in the top of the sixth, and Flaherty's going to have to walk back to first. The clap still going here for Burkan. Still 0-2 the count. He still has the opportunity to pick up his first strikeout to end the top of the sixth inning. Burkan 0-2. Will now set, deliver. That is down low in the dirt for ball 1, and Flaherty's going to go over to second as he stole it. So 1-2 the count now to Payne. 2 outs here in the top of the sixth. And Flaherty has moved over to second base. Burkan 1-2. Well, now look over to Flaherty, and now set deal. That is outside for ball 2 on a fastball that missed. And the strike him out chants are going here. Done. The crowd is into it. For the last home game of the regular season, the crowd is electric. It is Deuces Wild the count. Burkan 2-2. And now Payne is going to ask for time to quell the crowd a little bit. So Payne is going to step back in here. Still Deuces Wild, so 2-2 the count. Burkan will now set. Deal. That is in there, just upstairs for ball 3. I thought that was going to be it right there, but no, the umpire disagrees. And so the count will now go 3-2 full here to Payne. And then let's go Pios chant. Going strong here at done. Burkan will set deal. That is down low and outside for ball 4. So that'll be a walk for Payne. And that'll put runners on first and second here. And in the top of the sixth with 2 outs. If the Pilots score a run in this inning, that is 100% on the umpire's fault, because this inning should have been over. I just want to put that out there now. Of course, that's worst case scenario, but I just want to put that out there. And so now that'll bring up the leadoff man at number 2, Paulie Goodness, the left fielder. He singled in his first at-bat, doubled in his second at-bat, and then reached by an air in his third at-bat. That is swung on a driven into left. Auburn coming under it. He will make the play. That is a fly out to end the top of the sixth inning. No runs for the Pilots in the top of the sixth. We go to the bottom of the sixth where the Pioneers will look to extend their lead right after this. Welcome back here to the Pioneers live stream. It's the bottom of the 6th inning here. Pioneers still lead at 7-6 over the Pilots. It'll still be Pete Jocelyn out there for the Pilots. And now leading off this inning for the Pioneers, it'll be number 24, Eric Charnetsky, the designated hitter tonight. So far, Charnetsky struck out in his first at-bat, singled in his second at-bat. Jocelyn now will set deal, swing and a miss by Charnetsky, and the count will go 0-1. Jocelyn still throwing extreme off-speed here, so the Pioneers' bats are going to have to wait a little while before swinging at anything. Jocelyn 0-1 will now set, deliver, swing and a miss by Charnetsky again, and the count will go 0-2. 0-2 the count to Charnetsky. No outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Jocelyn 0-2, looking for back-to-back strikeouts here. Will now set, deliver. That is way outside for ball 1. So 1-2 the count to Charnetsky now. No outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Jocelyn 1-2. Will shake off 2 pitches. And now we'll set, deliver, swung on and popped in the right. First baseman Kelly going for it. He will not be able to make the play as that one bounces away from him. So the count will stay 1-2 to Charnetsky. He stays alive. No outs here in the bottom of the 6th still. Jocelyn 1-2, and he's taking his time. Jocelyn 1-2 the count. He will now set, deal, swung on a pop back foul. That is right field side and out of play. So once again, Charnetsky able to stay alive and keep the count at 1-2. So still 1-2 the count to Charnetsky. No outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Jocelyn now 1-2. Will now set, deal, swung on a pop back foul again by Charnetsky. And the count once again will stay 1-2. Jocelyn 1-2 still the count to Charnetsky. Will now set, deal, swung on a driven into right. This might get down. Walters going for it. He will not be able to get to it. That is foul and out of play. Charnetsky once again staying alive. And able to keep this at-bat going here. Charnetsky battling for a base hit. So he will now reset again. Jocelyn 1-2 still. He will now set, deal, swung on a driven left field side. This time that was crushed. And I think that broke Charnetsky's bat. It did. And so it cracked. I could hear it from up here. Charnetsky's bat, I think, cracked in the barrel. And so that will keep the count 1-2. So Charnetsky's going to look for a new bat here, as I think it split the barrel. And so Charnetsky's going to get a new bat, as there's a bit of a delay here. So still 1-2 the count to Charnetsky. No outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Charnetsky with a new bat will now be coming up to the plate here. Jocelyn 1-2, once again looking at Charnetsky with the new bat. And he will now set, deliver, swung on a driven off the end of the bat into left center. Left fielder going for it, and he will make the play. So that is a fly out off the end of Charnetsky's new bat to put one out on the board here in the bottom of the 6th. And now that'll bring up the leadoff man, number 2, Dom Presto, the shortstop tonight. Presto, 2 for 2 and a hit by pitch so far. He singled in his first at-bat, RBI singled in his second at-bat, and then was hit by a pitch in his third at-bat. Jocelyn, 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Will now set, deal, that is outside for ball 1. 1-0 the count to Presto, 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Jocelyn 1-0 will set, deliver, that is outside for ball 2. So 2-0 the count to Presto, 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Jocelyn 2-0. Will now set, deal, swung on it, popped up, right field side, that is out of play. And so the count will go now 2-1. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. And so looking around the PGCBL tonight, no game for Batavia, which is the only one that would matter to the Pioneers. So 2-1, Jocelyn will set, deal, that is upstairs ball 3. So 3-1 the count out of Presto. Looking around, Geneva is smashing Auburn 9-3. And Niagara is winning 6-3 over Jamestown. So Niagara, if they win, clinch the playoff spot. And that one will be in there just inside ball 4. That is a walk for Dom Presto to put a runner on first for the Pioneers with only 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. And of course, I think, in my personal opinion, I think the one team that I don't want to see the Pioneers play in the playoffs would be Auburn. And so, obviously, then we're rooting for Jamestown to beat Niagara. That's not happening tonight, but still, it'll come down to tomorrow night. So if the Pioneers beat Auburn, they not only would clinch the 1 seed, but they'd also probably, as long as Jamestown wins tomorrow, would eliminate Auburn from the playoffs. So a big game for Auburn and the Pioneers tomorrow. Jocelyn will set, deal. That is a swing and a miss by Muzio. And the count will go on 1. And it is number 77, Joe Muzio at the plate. The extra hitter tonight. The RBI singled in his first at-bat, popped out in his second at-bat, and then sacrificed flight in his third at-bat. Jocelyn 0-1 will now set, deliver. That is in there just outside for ball 1. So the count will even up at aces wild here. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Jocelyn shakes off 2 pitches. And now he will check over to first, and Presto able to get back in time. Jocelyn 1-1, looks over to Presto, and Presto's going to steal, and that's a hit by pitch. Muzio's going to go over to first anyway, so Presto's going to go over to second for free, as Muzio was hit by a pitch. And so now that'll bring up number 10, John Schroeder, the catcher. Reached by an error in his first at-bat, RBI singled in his second at-bat, and then reached on a fielder's choice in his third at-bat. One out here in the bottom of the 6th, and runners on first and second for the Pioneers. If Schroeder can get a good contact on one of these pitches from Jocelyn that are off speed, it could be gone. I mean, Schroeder has that kind of power, so Jocelyn has to be careful here. Jocelyn now looks over to Presto, and now will set, deliver. That is in there, called strike one. 0-1 the count to Schroeder. One out here in the bottom of the 6th. Presto off second, Muzio off first for the Pioneers. Jocelyn 0-1. Will now look over to Presto. And now he will set, deliver. That is a steal attempt by Presto. Presto's going to be safe, and now he's going to come home as that got by the third baseman. And so Presto will score in an error, and Muzio is off to second base. Pioneers lead it now, 8-6 off of that error. That is the third error of the night for Newark, And so that'll put Muzio on second, and the count will even up at 1-1 to Schroeder. So it actually will go aces wild here. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Muzio off of second for the Pioneers. Jocelyn 1-1. Will now set, deal. That is upstairs and outside for ball 2. So 2-1 the count to Schroeder as he will take the lead. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. It'll be Cooper Smith on deck for the Pioneers. Jocelyn 2-1. Will now set, deliver. That is down low and outside for ball 3. So 3-1 the count now to Schroeder. Jocelyn trying not to give up a walk here. The Let's Go John chance going strong here at Dunn for John Schroeder. 3-1 the count. Jocelyn now looks over to Muzio. And now he will set, deal, swung on a pop back foul. And so the count will now fill up 3-2 to Schroeder. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Muzio still over there at second for the Pioneers. Full count here to Schroeder, 3-2. Jocelyn now. We'll look over to Muzio. And now we'll set, deliver. That is going to be inside, down low, ball 4. That one almost hit Schroeder, and so that will be a walk for John Schroeder to put runners on first and second for the Pioneers with only 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. And there is a pitcher warming in the bullpen for Newark. And hopefully he just throws faster than Jocelyn. My goodness. I don't mean to try and roast Jocelyn here. I'm not trying to do that, but it's simply just he throws so slow. And so now I don't know if the pitcher in the bullpen for Newark is ready or not. There is at least a mound meeting here. And it looks like Jocelyn's still going to be out there for the Pilots. Yep, he will still be out there. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. And it will be Cooper Smith coming to the plate here with only 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. And runners on first and second, so if Smith can get a base hit here, that would extend the Pioneers' lead, give Eric Burkhan and perhaps even Cameron Sullivan more insurance runs to work with. Smith now flew out in his first at-bat, grounded out in his second at-bat, and then flew out in his third at-bat. So he's 0 for 3 tonight, looking to change that here against Jocelyn. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th, runners on first and second. Jocelyn now will set, deal. Both runners are going to steal. That's called strike 1, and that one gets by the third baseman. Muzio is going to come home, and Schroeder's going to go to third. Muzio will score and will be safe off of another error. Pioneers lead it 9-6. And so Schroeder will be at third, and it is a 9-6 ball game now off of another error. And another errant throw by Payne, the catcher. That's twice now that Payne has thrown it wide at the third baseman in order to allow a Pioneers run to score. And Cooper Smith hadn't even taken he did take a pitch. It's a called strike 1 actually. So 0-1 the count to Smith. One out here in the bottom of the sixth. Jocelyn will now set, deliver, swung on a driven. That is left field side and out of play. So the count will now go 0-2 to Cooper Smith. One out here in the bottom of the sixth. Runner on third in John Schroeder for the Pioneers. Jocelyn 0-2. Will now set, deliver, swung on a pop back. That is over our heads. And so the count will stay 0-2 to Cooper Smith. One out here in the bottom of the sixth. Cooper Smith trying to drive in John Schroeder, who is at third. Or maybe just a wild pitch will do it. That'll also do it. Even a sacrifice fly from Cooper Smith would also do it. Jocelyn will set, deal, swung on a driven. That is left field side again. Cooper Smith fouling away, keeping himself alive. The count stays 0-2. One out here in the bottom of the sixth still. Jocelyn 0-2. Will now set, deliver, swing and a miss by Cooper Smith. He goes down swinging. That is the first strikeout, or excuse me, the second strikeout for Jocelyn, and that will put 2 outs here on the board in the bottom of the sixth. And now that'll bring up number 22, Nick Bisaccia. Bisaccia will be pinch hitting here for Bear. So Bisaccia is going to be replacing Bear here in this one. Jocelyn now will set, deal, swing and a miss by Bisaccia, and the count goes 0-1. 0-1 the count to Bisaccia. 2 outs here in the bottom of the sixth. Jocelyn now will set, deliver. That is upstairs for ball 1. 1-1 the count now to Bisaccia as it evens up. 2 outs here in the bottom of the sixth. Runner on third still and John Schroeder for the Pioneers. Bisaccia looking to try and drive him in. 1-1. Jocelyn now will set, deliver. That is outside and down low for ball 2. 2-1 the count to Bisaccia. 2 outs here in the bottom of the sixth. Still looks like Cameron Sullivan warming up there in the bullpen. Jocelyn 2-1 will set, deal, swung on a pop back. That is right field side and out of play. So the count will even up at deuces wild now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the sixth. And the Let's Go Nick chants going here at Dunn Field. Trying to get in John Schroeder. Jocelyn now 2-2. Will now set, deliver, swung on a pop back foul. And Bisaccia able to keep himself alive. The count will stay at deuces wild or 2-2. Schroeder still over there at third. Base hit, drive Schroeder in, or a potential wild pitch from Jocelyn. Jocelyn 2-2. He will now set, deliver. That is upstairs and outside for ball 3. So another full count here from Jocelyn. Jocelyn just getting into all sorts of full counts. He's gotten into like 5 of them at this point. Another 3-2. This time to Bisaccia. 2 outs here in the bottom of the sixth. Jocelyn 3-2 will set, deliver, swung on a pop back by Bisaccia. Bisaccia able to keep himself alive again. Still 3-2 the count. Three and two still the count to Bisaccia. Full count here. 2 outs in the bottom of the sixth. Jocelyn will step back onto the mound. Jocelyn now will set, fire. That's going to be inside, down low, ball 4. And so that'll be a walk for Bisaccia to put runners on the corners here for the Pioneers, still with 2 outs in the bottom of the sixth. And now that'll bring out number 30, Cam Levesque, the center fielder. Or, excuse me, that is probably going to actually do it. It is going to do it for Jocelyn. Jocelyn just walked so many guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 walks and a hit by pitch from Jocelyn in his outing. So just way too many walks from him. And so now that'll bring in number 17 for Newark. Let me find out who that is real quick. It is John Sanchez. Sanchez will be coming in here to pitch for the Pilots. John Sanchez, one of the highest ERAs on the roster for Newark. He has an 18.36 ERA, an 0-1 record in 7 appearances and 1 start. He's only thrown 8.1 innings, but he's given up 7 hits, 20 runs, 17 of those runs earned, 12 walks, and only 7 strikeouts. That is quite the stat line. And so still 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th and runners on the corners for the Pioneers. It'll bring up Levesque to the plate, and if Sanchez were to walk Levesque, that would load the bases for Jake Keller. And so now I'm going to step away as Sanchez will take his time and warm up. Well, I'm back here now as Sanchez is warmed up and Levesque is coming up to the plate here. Hopefully, Sanchez can just throw a little bit quicker than what Jocelyn could throw. Jocelyn was taking forever. It's nothing against him. It's just, it's drawing out this game. So Sanchez now will step in with 2 outs, runners on the corners, and Levesque up at the plate. Sanchez will step onto the rubber here. And now he will set, deal. That is going to be a hit by pitch. And that one gets by. Wow, that was a really interesting first pitch. That was a fastball inside that scored a run as Schroeder's able to come home. So it is a 10-6 ball game, but Levesque got folded. It almost tripped out from under him. And now the umpires are discussing things as Levesque just, there's nothing you could do. It was a fastball down low that completely tripped up Levesque. It's not his fault. And Sanchez, a wild first pitch. That makes it a 10-6 ball game here. And now the umpires are talking. And the Newark manager is now talking with Coach Drum. And the count will go 1-0 to Levesque. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. And now Sanchez now 1-0. Well, now set, deliver. That is upstairs for ball 2. A much more controlled second pitch from Sanchez. So 2-0 the count to Levesque. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. It is a 10-6 ball game, and Bisaccia is over there at second for the Pioneers. Sanchez 2-0 will set, deliver. That is down low for called strike 1, and Bisaccia has stolen third. So 2-1 the count out to Levesque. 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. And Bisaccia over at third for the Pioneers. Pioneers trying to make this an 11-6 ball game and put this one out of reach. 2-1 the count. Sanchez now looks over to Bisaccia. And now he will set, deliver. That is upstairs. In there, called strike 2. And so the count will even up at deuces. Wild. Crowd doesn't like the call. Neither do I. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Versace at third. The Let's Go Cam chance going here at Dunn. Sanchez 2-2. Will now set, deliver. That is upstairs, ball 3. So full count now to Levesque as it goes 3-2. Versace is still over there at third. If Levesque were to be walked, that would put runners on the corners again for the Pioneers and bring up number 14, Jake Keller. Sanchez will set, deliver, swing and a miss by Levesque. He goes down swinging. That is the first strikeout for Sanchez, and that will finally end the bottom of the 6th inning. Pioneers get 3 runs in the bottom of the 6th. They make it a 10-6 ball game. We go to the top of the 7th right after this. Welcome back here to the Pioneers live stream. It's the top of the 7th inning here. Pioneers lead it 10-6 over the Pilots. And it'll be a new pitcher on the mound here for the Pioneers in number 0, Cameron Sullivan. Sullivan making his 2nd appearance, one of the newest additions to the Pioneers roster. Pioneers trying to bring in all the pitchers that they possibly can to gear up for the playoff run. Sullivan being one of those guys that they brought in. He's made 1 appearance. He's making his 2nd here tonight. He's thrown for 1 inning and has 2 strikeouts in that inning, giving him no hits, no runs, no earned runs. And no walks either. And so now he'll be stepping in here in the top of the 7th to probably pitch to close this one out. Leading off this inning for the Pilots, it'll be number 7, Jack Arcamone, the designated hitter. Excuse me. So Sullivan now on the mound. Arcamone at the plate. Sullivan now will set, deal, swing and a miss by Arcamone. And the count quickly goes 0-1. 0-1 the count to Arcamone. No outs here in the top of the 7th. Sullivan now will set, deliver. That is down low and inside for ball 1. And that one skipped away. No, that actually hit off of Arcamone's foot. His left foot, they're going to say it hit off of him. Arcamone with the last parting shot to Schroeder. And so that'll be a hit by pitch to put Arcamone on first with no outs here in the top of the 7th. And so now that'll bring up number 25, Frankie DiMartino, the center fielder. Flew out in his first at-bat, reached on a fielder's choice in his second at-bat, and then flew out in his third at-bat. Sullivan now we'll check over to first, and Arcamone and Keller, that one gets away from him. Keller running after it. He's able to keep Arcamone at first as he was quick to react. No pitches thrown yet to Frankie DiMartino. And Sullivan will take his time coming back to the mound. Arcamone still off at first for the Pilots. No outs here in the top of the 7th. Frankie DiMartino at the plate. And now umpires are going and having a word with Sullivan. So now umpire, I don't know what he was mad at Sullivan with. Now he's talking with Schroeder. Umpire not happy with something, but I can't quite tell what it is. Sullivan now will look into Frankie DiMartino. And now he will check over to first again, and Keller able to put a really good tag on Arcamone this time, but not in time. So Arcamone is still safe at first. No outs here in the top of the 7th, and I believe the Newark dugout is beginning to chirp at Sullivan for checking over. Sullivan now will set, deliver. That is in there just outside for ball 1. So 1-0 the count to DiMartino. No outs here in the top of the 7th, and Frankie DiMartino did show bunt on that first pitch. Infield not really in. Sullivan will set, deliver, swung on and pop back. That is foul and out of play. So the count will even up at 1-1 to DiMartino. No outs here in the top of the 7th. Sullivan now will step back on the mound. DiMartino steps back in. Sullivan 1-1. Well, now set, deal down is in there, called strike 2. 1-2 the count to Frankie DiMartino. No outs here in the top of the 7th. Sullivan looking for his first strikeout of the night here and to put 1 out on the board in the top of the 7th. Sullivan looks over to Arcamone off first. And now we'll set, deal. That is down low in the dirt for ball 2. So 2-2 the count now as it evens up to Frankie DiMartino. No outs here still on the top of the 7th. Sullivan can still pick up his first strikeout here on this 2-2 count. Sullivan now will set, deal. That is upstairs and outside for ball 3. So full count here now to DiMartino, 3-2. Sullivan does not want to walk DiMartino here, as that would put runners on first and second for the Pilots. Sullivan looks up at Arcamone, 3-2. And now he will set, deliver, swung on a driven over. That's a base hit, as that's going to get by Bisaccia, and it will. So that is a base hit single for DiMartino on a slow rolling ground ball that Keller couldn't get to, and neither could Bisaccia. And so now that will put runners on first and second for the Pilots with no outs here in the top of the 7th. And now that'll bring up his brother, number 10, Justin DiMartino, the extra hitter tonight. Flew out all 3 times in his 3 at-bats. No outs here in the top of the 7th, so Sullivan looking for some here. Sullivan now looks into Justin DiMartino. And now he will set, deal. That is down low in the dirt for ball 1. 1-0 the count to Justin DiMartino. No outs here in the top of the 7th. Sullivan now will set, deliver, swing and a miss by Justin DiMartino, and the count will even up 1-1 now. It's hard to see who's warming in the bullpen for the Pioneers. Sullivan 1-1 will set, deliver, swung on, popped up into center, and Levesque will come under, and he will make the play, and immediately he'll hesitate to throw in. Arcamone backs up to second base, so that'll put 1 out on the board here on a fly out by Justin DiMartino. 1 out here in the top of the 7th, and now that'll bring up number 24, Chris Ferrara, the 3rd baseman. Walked in his first at-bat, grounded out in his second at-bat, RBI doubled in his 3rd at-bat. Sullivan looks in, and now we'll step off the rubber. Sullivan now steps back on the rubber. Looks over to Arcamone, and now will set, deal, swung on a driven. That is popped up, left field side. Schroeder going for it, and Montagna, and Schroeder cannot quite make it. What an effort by Schroeder. He slid down and caught it. It had just bounced out of his glove. What an amazing effort, and a round of applause for Schroeder from the crowd, as they should. A diving, sprinting effort by Schroeder to try and get that. just not quite able to keep it in his glove, but a great effort anyway. Round of applause to Schroeder. 0-1 the count. It'll go to Ferrara. 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Sullivan now 0-1. Here now, look over to Arcamone and set, deliver. That is just down low and inside for ball 1. So the count will now even up at aces wild. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Runner still on first and second for the Pilots. Sullivan 1-1. Well, now set, deal, swung on it, popped up, left field side again. Schroeder once again going for it, and he will this time make, no! Schroeder and Montagna collided, and they both were running in on it, and neither of them called for it, and this time neither of them were able to come up with it. It's in foul territory, so it was just a foul ball, but that could have been an out. And so 1-2 the count out to Ferrara. 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Sullivan looking for his first strikeout here to put 2 outs on the board in the top of the 7th. Sullivan 1-2. He now will set, deliver, swing and a miss by Ferrara. He struck him out. That is the first strike of the night for Sullivan, Cameron Sullivan, and that will put 2 outs on the board here in the top of the 7th. I'm sorry, Cameron, I'm not quite used to saying your name, so took me a moment there. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th, and now that'll bring up number 34, Mitchell Kelly, the first baseman. Reached on a fielder's choice in his first at-bat, struck out in his second at-bat, grounded out in his third at-bat as he immediately fouls that one back. And so the count will go 0-1 to Kelly. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Arcamone off second, and Frankie DiMartino off first for the Pilots. Sullivan 0-1. We'll now look in. And now we'll set, deliver. That one is just down low and away for ball 1. So 1-1 the count to Kelly. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Sullivan now 1-1. Will set, deliver, swing and a miss by Kelly, and the count quickly goes 1-2 now. 1-2 the count to Kelly. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Sullivan 1-2 will now set, deliver, swung on a driven over to Presto at short. Presto will turn to second in time, and that will end the top of the 7th inning. No runs for the Pilots in the top of the 7th. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Pioneers lead it 10-6.
And he started Bully Hill Vineyards in 1967. My father had a vision for the Finger Lakes wine industry. When Bully Hill was started, only 5 producers existed, and now there's over 300. And he firmly believed that you have to have a certain level of integrity and honesty with the people around you and yourself. And these are kind of the staples of what our business is. Bully Hill was built on the back of French-American hybrid vines. These varietals were developed in France in the 19th century, and they were brought over by my grandfather in the 1950s. And here at Bully Hill, we started the experimental farm, from where these hybrid varietals have made their way to almost all 50 states. As we become more environmentally conscious, we're looking for agricultural solutions that have less impact on the environment. Now, the French hybrids that my grandfather brought over in the 1950s already solved this problem ahead of time. They take half the amount of fungicide, and that was the backbone of what built Bully Hill, the French-American hybrids. My dad firmly believed that a product is an extension of a person's soul, and we still adhere to that today at Bully Hill Vineyards. His memory and his vision is still seen around the Finger Lakes. Here at Bully Hill, we're excited about the future and sharing this experience with you. Bully for you.
I was actually a passenger on the bus. Sitting on the bus, I looked up and I saw, "We are hiring." So I called up the number, I came in for an interview, and I started driving.
Welcome back here to the Pioneers live stream. It's the bottom of the 7th inning here. Pioneers lead it 10-6 over the Pilots. It'll still be John Sanchez out there pitching for the Pilots, and leading off this inning for the Pioneers, it will be number 14, Jake Keller, the first baseman. Keller lined out in his first at-bat, flew out in his second at-bat, and then walked in his third at-bat. Keller now will step in here to face Sanchez. No outs in the bottom of the 7th. Sanchez now will set, deal, swung on a driven immediately, a base hit in the left on the first pitch for Jake Keller, a leadoff single. To put a runner on first with no outs here in the bottom of the 7th, a great start. And now that'll bring up number 40, Nick Montagna, the third baseman. Hit by a pitch in his first at-bat, popped out in his second at-bat, and then was walked in his third at-bat. Montagna will step in here to face Sanchez. Sanchez looks over to Keller. And now we'll set, deliver. That is going to be inside, almost hit Montagna. The count goes 1-0. 1-0 to Montagna. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Keller off of first for the Pioneers. Sanchez now 1-0. Will set, deal. That is going to be inside, ball 2. Another one that almost hit Montagna. 2-0 the count now to Montagna. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Keller off first for the Pioneers. If Montagna is walked, that bring up Aubin. Sanchez now 2-0. Well, now set, deal. That is inside, down low, ball 3. 3 pitches, all the same place, and all balls. So 3-0 the count to Montagna. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Keller off first for the Pioneers. Sanchez looks over there, and now he will set, deal. That is going to be the 4th pitch. That's finally called strike 1. It was the 4th pitch in almost the exact same spot, and finally Sanchez gets a call. So 3-1 the count now to Montagna. Sanchez now will set, deliver. That is upstairs, ball 4, and so that'll be a walk for Nick Montagna. That'll put runners on first and second here for the Pioneers with no outs in the bottom of the 7th. Technically, the mercy rule is in play. I do believe it is 10 runs after 7 innings. So if the Pioneers get 6 runs in this inning, I believe the ball game will be over on a mercy rule. But we're a long ways away from getting that. And so now that'll bring in number 42, Spencer Aubin, the left fielder. Singled in his first at-bat, walked in his second at-bat, struck out in his third at-bat. Sanchez now hooks over to Keller. And now we'll set, deal. That is going to be upstairs and inside, ball 1. 1-0 the count to Aubin. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Sanchez 1-0, looks in. And now he will set, deal. That is upstairs, ball 2. So 2-0 the count out to Aubin as he takes a nice lead early on in the count. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Sanchez 2-0, looks over to Keller. And now he will set, deliver, swing and a miss by Aubin, and the count quickly goes 2-1 now. 2-1 to Aubin, no outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Keller off second, Montagna off first for the Pioneers. Sanchez looks over to Keller. And now he will set, deal. That is inside, ball 3. 3-1 the count to Aubin. If Aubin is walked here, that would load the bases for Eric Charnetsky. 3-1 the count. Sanchez looks in. No action in the Newark bullpen, so Sanchez is on his own. Sanchez 3-1. Well, now set, deal, swing and a miss by Aubin, and the count quickly goes 3-2 now. Fills up here to Auburn, 3-2. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Big pitch coming up for Sanchez, looking to put one out on the board here in the bottom of the 7th. Sanchez, this would be his second consecutive walk if he gives one here to Auburn. Sanchez will now set, deliver. That's going to be inside, ball 4. And that will be a walk for Auburn, and that will load the bases for the Pioneers here in the bottom of the 7th with no outs on the board. And now that'll bring up number 24, Eric Charnetsky, the hometown boy, and the designated hitter tonight. Struck out in his first at-bat, singled in his second at-bat, flew out in his third at-bat. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th, and the base is loaded for the Pioneers. And maybe all of a sudden that 6 runs needed to get the mercy rule is not so far-fetched. Sanchez now will set, deal, swung on a driven up the center field, and that'll be a base hit. That'll be an RBI single for Charnetsky as 1 run scores, and Montagna will score. 2 runs have scored. It is now 12-6 thanks to an RBI single from Eric Charnetsky. And so now, still no outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Runners still on first and second for the Pioneers. And that'll bring up number 2, Dom Presto, the shortstop. Pioneers 4 runs away from getting to that 10-run magical mercy rule. And now Sanchez is going to have talking to here. There is a pitcher now beginning to warm up for the Pilots in their bullpen, but he is nowhere near ready. So Sanchez is probably going to be out there still after this mound meeting here. Let me actually try and see who is that warming up in the bullpen. It is Brantley Griggs. Brantley Griggs is warming up for the Pilots. He's listed as a pitcher, but I have no stats on him, so that means he's never thrown before in a league game. And Drum and Aubin and Charnetsky are all talking with the umpires. But that conversation seems to be resolved with the mound meeting. It'll be Charnetsky on first, Aubin on second, and now Presto up at the plate. Presto singled in his first at-bat, RBI singled in his second at-bat, hit by a pitch in his third at-bat, and then was walked in his fourth at-bat. Runners on first and second, no outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Sanchez now will set, deal, swung on a driven, that's a base hit in the left! And now Aubin will go home, and no, he's going to run back to third, so that will be just a single for Tom Presto. Presto with 3 singles tonight. An awesome night for Presto, and that will once again load the bases for the Pioneers with no outs here in the bottom of the 7th. And now it's the heart of the order for the Pioneers. This is the worst case scenario for Newark, and now all of a sudden that mercy rule is looking awfully plausible here now in the bottom of the 7th. It'll be number 77, Joe Muzio, up at the plate. The extra hitter, RBI singled in his first at-bat, popped out in his second at-bat, sacrifice flied in his third at-bat, and then was hit by a pitch in his fourth at-bat. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th, and the bases loaded for the Pioneers. Sanchez will set, deal, swing and a miss by Muzio, and the count will go 0-1. Muzio had a home run against the Pilots not too long ago. If he delivers one here, I think that's a walk-off grand slam. Sanchez, 0-1. Will now set, deliver. That is upstairs for ball 1. So 1-1 the count now to Muzio. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Sanchez now as the count will even up 1-1. Muzio, even if he's walked, now to walk in a run and keep the bases loaded for the Pioneers. And if he gets a base hit, probably 2 runs will score. Sanchez 1-1 will now set, deal, swung on a pop back foul, left field side. And the count will go 1-2. 1-2 the count to Muzio. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Sanchez now will step back onto the rubber here, 1-2. And now Muzio is going to be granted time. And Now Muzio will step back in here. 1-2 the count. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Sanchez now. Will set, deal, swung on a pop back foul by Muzio. And so the count will stay at 1-2. Still no outs here in the bottom of the 7th. So even if Muzio were to strike out, which would be worst case scenario, that still leaves Schroeder, Smith, and then Versace up after him. Well, let's go Joe Chance. Going here again at Dunfield, 1-2. Sanchez now will set, deliver. That is upstairs, ball 2. So the count will even up at 2-2 now to Muzio. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Bases still loaded for the Pioneers. Presto on first, Charnetsky on second, Aubin on third. Sanchez 2-2. Will now set, fire. That is upstairs and inside. Ball 3. Muzio had to limbo his way back out of that. So 3-2. The count goes full to Muzio. If Muzio draws a walk, like I said, it would walk in a run and keep the bases loaded, which is probably, unless Muzio hits a home run, is probably best case scenario for the Pioneers. So 3-2. Sanchez now, full count. Will now set, deliver. That is upstairs and inside. Ball 4. That'll be a walk for Muzio. And that will walk in a run for the Pioneers. It is now 13-6. And now a triple would be enough to get to the mercy rule number, as it is now 13-6 Pioneers. And now it looks like Sanchez is done, and they're going to go to Brantley Griggs. So Griggs will be coming up with no outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Bases loaded, and John Schroeder at the plate. That is not a situation any pitcher, I think, would want to be walking into, but that is what Brantley Griggs will be walking into here. Or excuse me, I do actually have stats for Griggs. I didn't think I did, but I do. So Griggs' stats. He has a 5.09 ERA, a 1-0 record in 13 appearances. He's pitched 17.2 innings, given him 19 hits, 17 runs, 10 of those earned, 15 walks, and has 16 strikeouts this season. And so now he'll be taking his time to warm up here. Base is still loaded for the Pioneers. And Presto's talking with the umpire. And so is most of the infield. And Muzio's now getting into it, but I'm going to step away for a moment unless anything interesting happens, as Griggs will warm up. I'm back here now. Griggs isn't fully warmed up, but I do want to mention something. If John Schroeder, who holds the team record in triples, he has 7 this year. If he triples here, making it 8 triples for him on the year, it would be a walk-off triple, and the game would be over on a mercy roll. It'd be 16-6 at that point. Presto would be the game, or no, excuse me, Muzio would be the game-ending run at first. So Schroeder will be stepping in here. No outs in the bottom of the 7th. Bases loaded for the Pioneers. Brantley Griggs on the mound. See whether Griggs can do anything here and whether this game is going to be very quickly over. Griggs now will set, deal. That is upstairs, ball 1. 1-0 the count to Schroeder. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th. If Schroeder were to be walked, I'd walk in another run, and then the runner at second, which would still be Muzio, would be the game-ending run. Griggs 1-0. Will now set, deal, swung on a driven. That is right field side and foul out of play. So the count will even up at 1-1 to Schroeder. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th still. Pioneers 3 runs away from a mercy rule and from a merciful end to this ball game. Griggs 1-1. Will now set, deal. That is upstairs and outside, ball 2. So 2-1 the count to Schroeder. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Schroeder, I feel like he's going to crush one of these hanging off-speed pitches from Griggs. I just have a feeling. Griggs 2-1 will set, deal. That is upstairs 3-1. He may not get the chance if he just walks him. 3-1 the count to Schroeder. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th. If I had to make a prediction, Schroeder is swinging at this pitch, as long as it's in the zone. Griggs 3-1 will now set, deal, swing on it, pop back. I was right. Schroeder did swing at it, but it's fouled back off the umpire. Umpire got the worst of that one. And so the count will go 3-2 now. It fills up to Schroeder. So now the umpire's taking a moment here, because he got the worst of that ricochet foul ball. It'll be a full count to Schroeder. If Schroeder's walks in a run and puts the game-ending run at second. Keeps the bases loaded, by the way. Still no outs here in the bottom of the 7th. The Pioneers, they're looking very good to end this ball game, to be honest. No outs makes it really hard for Griggs to try and do anything. Griggs 3-2. He can start with a strikeout here, even though I don't think that's going to happen. But that's just my opinion. We'll see what has to happen here. 3-2. Griggs now. Will set. Deal. Swung on it. Popped up. And so now pop out and 2 pitchers go for it. And that's dropped. That's going to drop. And so a fielder's choice is now Charnetsky is stuck and he is out. But on a fielder's choice, is that one shouldn't have dropped, and Charnetsky just got caught up there in the middle of the third base path. And so he'll be out, and that'll put 1 out on the board here in the bottom of the 7th. 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. And his base is still loaded, and now that'll bring up Cooper Smith, the right fielder. And now they're going to say, are they going to say Schroeder's out? They are going to say Schroeder's out, so that is actually, I don't know how that works, but Schroeder is out at first. And so that'll put 2 outs on the board here in the bottom of the 7th. And all of a sudden, off that wacky play, Newark has 2 outs. And the game-ending run is at the plate now in Cooper Smith. He would have to home run in order to end the ball game. Griggs will set, deliver, swung on a pop-back foul that is just underneath my window. The count will go 0-1. Griggs 0-1. We'll now look in. And now he will set, deal, swung on a driven up the center field. Shortstop Flaherty fields it. Throw to first in time. It is just in time. That is the ground out by Cooper Smith to end the bottom of the 7th inning. After all of that, Pioneers get halfway there. They got 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th. We go to the top of the 8th. They are leading it. Dominating, in fact, 13-6. Welcome back here to the Pioneers live stream. It's the top of the 8th inning here. Pioneers lead it 13-6 over the Pilots. It'll be Cameron Sullivan still on the mound for the Pioneers. And leading off this inning for the Pilots, it'll be number 3, Briggs Loveland, the second baseman. Loveland walked in his first 2 at-bats and then flew out in his 3rd at-bat. Sullivan now will set deal. That is down low for ball 1. 1-0 the count to Loveland. No outs here in the top of the 8th. Sullivan now 1-0. Will now step off the rubber as time is granted. Sullivan now steps back on. Still 1-0 the count. Sullivan now will set deal. That is down low for ball 2. 2-0 the count now to Loveland. No outs here in the top of the 8th. Sullivan 2-0. Will now set, deliver, that is upstairs and inside, ball 3. 3-0 the count now to Loveland. Sullivan needs to try and find the strike zone here to get back in this count. Sullivan 3-0. Will now set, deal, that is just outside ball 4. And so that'll be a leadoff walk for Briggs Loveland here. He has 3 walks tonight. And so that'll put a runner on first with no outs here in the top of the 8th for the Pilots. And now that'll bring up number 20, Michael Flaherty, the shortstop. He reached on a fielder's choice in his first at-bat, grounded out in his second at-bat, and then singled in his 3rd at-bat. Sullivan looks over to Loveland. And now he will set, deal, that is down low and outside. Ball 1, and an immediate throw-out attempt at first. Good throw by Schroeder, but not quite in time. 1-0 the count to Flaherty. No outs here in the top of the 8th. Sullivan 1-0. Will now set, deliver, that is in there, called strike 1. 1-1 the count to Flaherty as it evens up. No outs here in the top of the 8th. Sullivan looks over to Loveland. And now we'll set, deliver, swung on a popped up. That is skied. And Presto will be coming underneath it. He will make the play. And that'll put 1 out on the board here in the top of the 8th. And now that'll bring up number 40, Tyler Walters, the right fielder. The RBI doubled in his first at-bat, singled in his second at-bat, and then flew out in his 3rd at-bat. 1 out here in the top of the 8th. Still Loveland at first. Double play is available for Sullivan, and it would end the inning. Sullivan now will set, deal, that is inside and almost hit Walters. 1-0 the count now. 1-0 the count to Walters. 1 out here in the top of the 8th. Still Loveland over there at first for the Pilots. Sullivan now will set, deal, swing and a miss by Walters, and the count will even up at aces wild now. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the top of the 8th. Sullivan 1-1, looks over to Loveland. And now he will set, deal. Loveland's going to try and steal second. The throw is not in time, and that gets by Bisaccia, but Levesque came in order to cut it off. So Loveland will stay at second. The count will go 2-1 to Walters. 1 out here in the top of the 8th, and now Loveland over there at second base for the Pilots. And Walters now is walking back to the dugout. Now it looks like he's coming back. I thought he might have been ejected there for a moment. He was not. So still 2-1 the count to Walters. 1 out here in the top of the 8th. Sullivan looks in. And now he will set, deal. That is going to be a hit by pitch as Walters takes it in the shoulder. And now that will put runners on first and second here for the Pilots with only 1 out in the top of the 8th. And now that'll bring up number 29, Nick Payne, the catcher. And the Newark manager is giving it to him. And he might be ejected. And now all of a sudden the manager's getting into it with the umpire. Umpire's telling him to stay back, and the manager's giving it to him. We're going to have to see whether he's going to get ejected here. He's still giving it to him. And now they're still talking it out. They're still giving it to him. Crowd chanting for him to be ejected. They're going to at least give him a warning after this. And the manager will still be in, but I think that's a warning for him. Nope, he is gone. He is out of here. Umpire throws him out as he was walking back to third base. Get him out of here. The crowd electrified by that ejection. And the Newark manager is out. He was giving it to him. I was surprised the whole plate umpire didn't throw him out. He should have been ejected 5 minutes ago. 1 out here in the top of the 8th. Runners on first and second for the Pilots. And so now there's a mound meeting here with head coach Andrew Drum is going to want to talk with his infielders and his pitcher. Still only 1 out here in the top of the 8th, and it'll be Nick Payne at the plate, number 29. So we're having to wait and see after a quick word from Coach Drum. No action in the Pioneers bullpen, so it looks like Sullivan's out there probably to close out this ball game. And now Schroeder's coming back. And the Let's Go Pios chant restarted here. The crowd was very happy to see the Newark manager gone. Tossed out of here. That means he'll probably be suspended for the last game of their season tomorrow, as Newark has been already long eliminated from the playoffs, so they're not fighting for anything except for spoiler. That is in there, called strike 1 to Payne. So 0-1 the count. 1 out here in the top of the 8th. Sullivan now 0-1. Will set, deliver, a swing and a miss by Payne, 0-2. 0-2 the count to Payne, 1 out here in the top of the 8th. Sullivan looking for a second strikeout here to put 2 outs on the board. Sullivan 0-2. Well, now set, deal, that one is down low, called ball 1. So 1-2 the count now to Nick Payne, 1 out here in the top of the 8th. Sullivan will set, deliver, swung on a driven. That is right field side, but foul and out of play. So the count will stay 1-2 to Payne. Still only 1 out here in the top of the 8th. Sullivan looks into Payne, 1-2. And now he will set, deal, swung on a popped up. And Schroeder will catch it and immediately throw to second, and that'll be in time. A double play to end the inning. A 2-6 double play as Schroeder catches the pop out, then throws to Presto before Loveland can get out, or get back, excuse me. And so that is a 2-6 double play to end the top of the 8th inning. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Pioneers lead it 13-6.
Bully Hill was built on the back of French-American hybrid vines. These varietals were developed in France in the 19th century, and they were brought over by my grandfather in the 1950s. And here at Bully Hill, we started the experimental farm, from where these hybrid varietals have made their way to almost all 50 states. As we become more environmentally conscious, we're looking for agricultural solutions that have less impact on the environment. Now, the French hybrids that my grandfather brought over in the 1950s already solved this problem ahead of time. They take half the amount of fungicide, and that was the backbone of what built Bully Hill, the French-American hybrids. My dad firmly believed that a product is an extension of a person's soul, and we still adhere to that today at Bully Hill Vineyards. His memory and his vision is still seen around the Finger Lakes. Here at Bully Hill, we're excited about the future and sharing this experience with you. Bully for you.
I was actually a passenger on the bus, sitting on the bus.
Welcome back into the Pioneers live stream. It's the bottom of the 8th inning here. Pioneers lead it 13-6 over the Pilots. At worst, this game is 6 outs away from being over, as the Pioneers would only need to get 3 outs in the top of the 9th. It'd probably be Sullivan to get the job done. But in the bottom of the 8th, they're going to try and do it by mercy rule. If the Pioneers get 3 runs, the game is over. And so now, leading off, it'll be number 22, Nick Bisaccia, the second baseman, who's filling in for Chris Bear. Bisaccia, in his one at-bat, was walked. And so now he'll be stepping in here to face Brantley Griggs, who is still on the mound for the Pilots. Griggs now will set, deal that is upstairs to an outside, ball 1. 1-0 the count to Bisaccia, no outs here in the bottom of the 8th. Briggs 1-0, will now set, deal, swung on a driven right to the second baseman Loveland, so that will be a line out to put 1 out on the board here in the bottom of the 8th, and honestly, I'm alright with it because the Pioneers, they're leading by 7 runs. This game is over, and Sullivan would only have to get 3 outs in the top of the 9th, so either way, whether the Pioneers get a bunch of base hits or get a bunch of walks and get 3 runs in this bottom of the inning, or they get 3 outs in the top of the 9th, this game is over. And so now that'll bring up number 30, Cam Levesque, the center fielder, struck out in his first at-bat, singled in his second at-bat, lined out in his third at-bat, struck out in his fourth at-bat. That's a swing and a miss. And so the count will go 0-1 to Levesque. 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th. Briggs now will set, deal, that is in there, called strike 2. 0-2 the count to Levesque. 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th. This game got chirpy all of a sudden as that one is in there. Called strike 3. He struck him out. That is the second strikeout for Brantley Griggs, and now put 2 outs on the board here in the bottom of the 8th. Like I said, doesn't really matter. Pioneers don't need to get 3 runs in this inning. They can just get 3 outs in the top of the 9th. And so now that'll bring up number 14, Jake Keller, the first baseman, lined out in his first at-bat, flew out in his second at-bat, walked in his third at-bat, and then singled in his fourth at-bat. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. This game got chirpy all of a sudden. Newark's manager got tossed. He should have been tossed way earlier, in my opinion, but umpire gave him a lot of leeway, and then Coach BJ and Coach Drum were talking with the umpires during the middle of the inning intermission. So, I mean, this game got chirpy, even though Newark's fighting for absolutely nothing except for just spoilers because they've been long eliminated. 1-1 the count to Keller. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. Briggs now will set, deal, that is upstairs and outside for ball 2. So 2-1 the count to Keller. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. Briggs 2-1. Will now set, deliver, swung on a pop back by Keller, and the count will even up at deuces wild now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. Griggs 2-2 as he'll step back onto the rubber. And he will now set, deal, swung on it, fouled off. Right field side and out of play. Count will stay at deuces wild. Count still 2-2 to Keller. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. Briggs shakes off 2 pitches. And now will set, deliver, swing and a miss by Keller. He goes down swinging, and that will end the bottom of the 8th inning. Pioneers, as we go to the top of the 9th, they're 3 outs away from a win in this one. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back here to the Pioneers live stream. It's the top of the ninth inning here. Pioneers lead it 13-6 over Newark. Pioneers 3 outs away from getting a win. It'll be Anthony Keefe now on the mound, number 26, as that is strike one. Number 2, Paulie Goodness, the leadoff man for Newark. 0-1 the count. Keefe now will set, deal. That is in there, called strike 2. 0-2 the count now to Keefe. No outs here in the top of the ninth. Keefe just needs 3 outs. He is 1 strike away from the first one here. Keefe will set, deal, swung on a popped up in the shallow right, but Sachi under, and he will make the play. That is a pop out by Goodness. Let's put 1 out on the board here in the top of the ninth. And so now that'll bring up number 7, Jack Arcamone, the designated hitter tonight. Arcamone flew out in his first at-bat, singled in his second at-bat, RBI doubled in his third at-bat, and then was hit by a pitch in his fourth at-bat. Keefe with 1 out here in the top of the ninth, as Arcamone will step in. Keefe now will set, deal, that is outside ball 1. 1-0 the count to Arcamone, 1 out here in the top of the ninth. Keefe. Sullivan is the one that Keefe was relieving here in the top of the ninth. Keefe now will fire ball 2 there to Arcamone, so 2-0 goes the count. 1 out here in the top of the ninth. Keefe will set, deal, that is inside ball 3. So 3-0 the count to Arcamone. 1 out here in the top of the ninth. Keefe 3-0. Well, now set, deal, that is outside ball 4, so that'll be a walk for Arcamone to put a runner on first here for Newark with 1 out here in the top of the ninth. And so now that'll bring up number 25, Frankie DiMartino, the center fielder tonight. So far, DiMartino flew out in his first at-bat, reached on a fielder's choice in his second at-bat, flew out in his third at-bat, and then singled in his fourth at-bat. Keefe still 2 outs away. Arcamone limping on his way down to first. Keefe now 1 out here in the top of the ninth. Keefe now is waiting for DiMartino to finally get in the batter's box. He has. Keefe now will set, deal, swing and a miss by DiMartino, and the count quickly goes 0-1. 0-1 the count to Frankie DiMartino, 1 out here in the top of the ninth. Keefe 0-1, will now set, deal, that is down low and outside. That gets by Schroeder, and that will allow Arcamone to go to second. The count will now even up at aces wild here. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the top of the ninth. It'll be Arcamone now over at second base for the Pilots. Keefe 1-1. He will now set, fire, swing and a miss by DiMartino. And the count quickly goes 1-2. Keefe looking for his first strikeout of the night here. And to put 2 outs on the board in the top of the ninth inning. Keefe 1-2. Will now look over to Arcamone, now sets, delivers, swung on a pop back. DiMartino just caught a piece of it to stay alive. So DiMartino will stay alive at 1-2. 1 out here in the top of the ninth. DiMartino will step back in, still 1-2 the count. Keefe still looking for that strikeout. As he will now set, deal, swung on it, driven, that is left field side and foul. And so everyone will have to reset as DiMartino will have to come back to the batter's box. Still 1-2 the count. Keefe 1-2 as DiMartino, will step back into the batter's box. Keefe now looks over at Arcamone. And now we'll set. Deal. That is upstairs for ball 2 on a curveball. So the count will even up at 2-2 here to DiMartino. 1 out in the top of the 9th. Keefe, 2-2. Well, now set. Deal. Swung on a driven over to Presto at short. Presto will field it and lose it. And he could not handle it. As it was just spinning out of his hand, I think that's what it was. As he was trying to grip it several times, just couldn't get it to stay in his hand. And so that will be a reach. Not by error. They're going to give him the single on that. So that is a single by Frankie DiMartino to put runners on first and second here for the Pilots with 1 out here in the top of the 9th. Double play is available for Keefe to get out of the ball game. Now that'll bring up his brother, number 10, Justin DiMartino, the extra hitter. Keefe will set. Deal. Swung on and chopped. That is foul, left field side. And so the count will go 0-1 to Justin DiMartino. His brother, Frankie DiMartino, is at first. Keefe 0-1. Now steps back onto the mound here, as Justin DiMartino will step back into the batter's box. Keefe 0-1. Will now set. Deliver. That is in there. Cold strike 2 on a curveball. 0-2 the count to DiMartino. 1 out here in the top of the 9th. Keefe looking for that first strikeout to put 2 outs on the board here in the top of the 9th. Keefe now 0-2 will set. Deal. Swing and a miss by DiMartino. He struck him out. That is the first strikeout for Anthony Keefe, and that will put 2 outs on the board here in the top of the 9th. And so the Pioneers 1 out away here from a win in the final regular season game at Dunn Field. And now that'll bring up number 24, Chris Ferrara, the third baseman, who will be the last out for Newark. Keefe will set. Deal. Swung on a driven over to Keller at first. He will field it and tag up and walk to first. And that will do it, ladies and gentlemen. The Pioneers win it. The Pioneers win it. 13-6 the final, a dominating win. And they reclaim first place in the Western Division standings with this win. And looking at the upcoming schedule, this is the last regular season home game for the Pioneers. They'll be on the road to finish out the regular season tomorrow at Auburn. That'll be a must-win game if the Pioneers want to lock up that number 1 seed. And then they'll be back home on Sunday, the 30th, to play a TBD opponent in the first round of the West Division playoffs. So a massive win for the Pioneers. And until tomorrow to finish out the regular season at Auburn, I am Alex Chiproot, and I will